Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to a Q&A stream where I'm going to be answering questions about my new course, React Roots. So this is a course which will be an introduction to React and TypeScript. Smiley, thank you for that, Prime. We got quite a few supports. Thank you all. Andrew, thank you for the 24 months. The Sheboss with the 2 gifted. Roga with the 15 months, who says, feels like just yesterday. I knew nothing about any of this. Sure, I'm glad people like you exist. Thank you, Roga Dev. Appreciate that. And Smiley with the 10 months. Thank you for all that. Yeah, so the bot is broken right now. If I try to enable Samwise, it breaks. So we have to get bot messages from Streamlabs now. So, but yeah, welcome in everybody. I will right now. For those of you that are curious about the course, I'm going to give you a quick overview. But then I got some code that I'm going to be writing as well. So the plan is we'll do a quick overview. I'll tell you what it is, what you need to know. I'll answer any questions that you have, and then I'm going to write some code. So right now there are 26 tickets left. And there's a coupon you can use, which only has a few more uses. So I'm going to create an overlay that says how many tickets are left and how many coupons are left. Then I'll make a custom landing page and then a intro video about the course that I'll put on YouTube. That's the plan for today. Let me tell you about the course. So this is React Roots. If you go to reactroots.com, it'll redirect here, but I'm going to be creating a custom landing page today with all of the same info. It is a live course, so this is not pre-recorded video. There are specific dates and times when this is happening, and tickets are $150 a piece. I know for some of you, that's out of reach, but stay tuned. We potentially will try to get some community grants going. There's some people that don't want to take the course, but they want to buy a ticket for someone, so we'll work out the details of that later. And we'll make sure to put info about it. But the idea is you are paying because this class will be limited. There are only 30 signups, so only 30 students can sign up. It's $150 for the course. So you're paying $150, and then there will be 8 live streams that you'll be attending, and you'll get access to a private Discord. So during these 2 weeks, from April 10th to April 21st, you'll be in a private Discord with yourself and the rest of the students and me. So if you have questions about exercises, questions about React, if you need help, that kind of thing, you can ask in the Discord. And there is a very specific time of day when I'll be answering questions in the Discord, and possibly hopping on a video call if you need serious help that can't be helped in just chat. So if you read the description here, it talks about all of the stuff. This is an intro to React and TypeScript. It's 8 different live streams, and during the live stream, you will have access to the Discord chat, so you can ask questions, but also a voice chat. So you don't have to be in the voice chat, but if you want to talk to me, like it's basically a classroom. It is a live classroom, so if you want to talk to me while it's happening, you can be in a voice chat and then ask questions while I'm doing the teaching. The way that it's structured, I'm calling it a learning sandwich. A learning sandwich. So the idea is I'm actually going to give you some prerequisite reading material before every lesson. And it could take up to an hour of your time. It may not take an hour. It really depends on how fast you read and if you're taking notes and stuff like that. But basically, before every lesson, you get some material that you will read. And that is one way of learning about the material. Then each lesson is 2 hours long. So you'll come, you'll sit in the classroom, I'll do the teaching. The lessons will not be a code along. Essentially, I want you to watch me. I want you to take notes, but you're not trying to copy the code that I am writing. You will then, after the lesson is over, you will have exercises related to the things that I coded and I taught, and those exercises and projects will take you about an hour or two after the class. So I call it a learning sandwich. You read before the class, you have the class, and then you practice the thing that we taught in the class. So that's how each lesson will work. And like I said, you'll have access to a private Discord server. It's just going to be you, up to 29 other students, and me. So during those 2 weeks, you have me to help you and to answer your questions about React and stuff like that. So like I said, there's only 30 signups. And of course, I'm not available 24 hours a day, but I have on here when I will be in the Discord. Essentially, after the live stream is over, for the next 5 hours, I'll be checking Discord to help people that are working on exercises or anything else like that. So there's that. Now, here's some important stuff. If you can't afford this course, if the times of this course don't line up, you're still going to get access to some of the content. So, and as a person that's buying a ticket, you should know this as well. I am going to simulcast the live streams to Twitch, meaning like the stream is going to happen for the people that sign up, and it'll also be broadcast to anyone to watch on Twitch for free. However, when you're watching on Twitch, anytime I'm talking about exercises or projects, I'm going to hide my screen. So if you're watching on Twitch, you don't get access to the exercises and projects. You also don't get access to the pre-class reading materials, and you won't get access to the VODs. So essentially, if this is something you want to do but you can't afford it, you can get a taste of what the course is like by tuning in on Twitch. But I need to provide value, right? So for the people that do buy a ticket, I have to offer something that other people that are watching for free don't get. And the things that you're getting are reading materials, exercises, projects, and direct help from me. So that's that. And then, so there's also some frequently asked questions on this page. If you scroll all the way down for this platform super peer that I'm using, essentially, if you buy the course, you'll get access to the VODs. Yeah, and I appreciate that, Shibas. I know like, I'm doing my best to talk about everything because I know there are people that like they don't like the price. They potentially don't want to pay for it if they know it's going to be available for free. I'm trying to lay it all out there. I'm trying to let you know how it's going to run. So there's that. And then the important thing to note is the course is not for complete beginners. So I have here a list of things you should have experience doing before you sign up for this course. And I'll try to talk about this in more detail in the frequently asked questions and when I create the intro video. But essentially, if you read through this list, I'm asking that you already know HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. You should have already built several websites with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. You should know about DOM programming, so like document.getElementById, those kinds of things. You should have solved basic problems with JavaScript, like either like basic LeetCode or basic Code Wars. You should know how to work with objects. You should know how to work with functions. You should know the basics of map and filter. You don't really have to get into reduce or anything like that, but map and filter are pretty heavily used with React, so you should know how to use those. And you should be familiar with asynchronous JavaScript, so callbacks, promises, API requests, and then the basics of running commands from the command line. Now, you have, 19 days until the course. So if you think that you can learn all of this in 19 days, feel free to sign up. But the important thing to note is I'm not going to be covering these things in the course. You need to know these things because if you don't know the basics of JavaScript, it's going to be really hard to teach you how React works. And how TypeScript works. So the course is for a very specific subset of people that have built sites but have not used React yet or haven't used TypeScript yet. What's JavaScript? That's a great question. And Brilvio, thank you for the 2-month resub. So this is important to note. This is not for complete beginners. That's the overview of the course. I'll show you one more thing, which is pretty cool, which will help you gauge if you want to buy this course or not. But if this course goes well, I'm going to do it again, and basically like once a month. And I'll also do other things. So eventually I would love to offer like an intro to HTML, CSS, and JavaScript course, right? So potentially the month after this course happens, if it goes well, if I get good feedback, if enough people signed up, I'll do it again, and then I'll do potentially like a 2-week course on the intro to all of this stuff. But again, that's pending. It's not planned yet, but if it happens, like if this goes well, then I'm going to do something like that. So for those of you that are super beginner and you don't think you qualify for this course yet, stay tuned. Okay, so that's the overview of the course. and everything that's going to happen. If you go to this site, you can also see every single lesson I'm going to teach and all of my learning objectives. So every single lesson, you'll see the date and time that it's happening. This is the other thing. If you sign up for the course and you want to be there in the live stream so that you can ask questions while I'm teaching it, you need to make sure that you're available at this time. I hope that this is showing in your time zone. This is the time zone for me, but when you go here, it should show you your time zone. But you see each of the lessons. So the first lesson is Intro to Modern Web Development. You see all of the learning objectives here. These are the things you're going to learn in that class. There's the second lesson is Intro to TypeScript. These are the things you're going to learn in that class. The third lesson is Intro to React and Component Hierarchies. These are the things you're going to learn in that class. The fourth lesson is React Form Basics. This is what you'll learn. The fifth lesson is Component Lifecycle Hooks and API Requests. This is what you will learn. The sixth lesson is React Router and Global State Management with the Context API. This is what you will learn. The seventh lesson is Styling React Components and Using Component Libraries. And the last lesson is a course wrap-up, where we'll also dive into the ecosystem. So really the goal of this course is to set you up for success in writing React applications. This course is not going to, I'll say it right now, this course is not going to make you an expert in React. It's going to give you everything you need to start working on and building React applications. And also I'm there to guide you and answer your questions and stuff like that. So these are the lessons that will happen. This is when they will happen. There's some other interesting things you might need to know about the course platform itself. So essentially, if you pay this ticket price, you will get access to the live stream VODs. So yeah, 150 USD. I think it only displays in USD, but you'll get access to the live stream VODs. So if for whatever reason there's one of these live streams that you can't make it to, the VODs will be available for you, and they'll be available for you even after the course is over. So essentially, you pay the ticket price, you get access to the live streams, and then you can also watch the VODs. And yeah, so you can see it in the super peer frequently asked questions. What if I miss a live event? If you miss a live stream or a premiere, you can always replay the recording. So that's another benefit you get to paying this ticket price, is you get to rewatch the VODs of the live stream. And that's another important thing to note. Like, if these lessons are not in your time zone, but you still want to attend, you could potentially sign up with the idea that you're going to be watching the VODs like whenever they're available in your time zone, and then asking questions in the Discord. But you should be okay with the fact that if you're on the opposite side of the world, I may not be able to answer your Discord questions for 6 hours or 12 hours or something like that. So, yeah, that's important to note. Like, if you want to attend, but you can't attend the live streams, you'll still get, if you buy a ticket, you'll still get access to the VODs, you'll still get access to the Discord. It's really up to you to juggle your time and know that I'm available at these times that the course is posted at. So it would be some asynchronous learning if you wanted to sign up in that way. I'm not going to cover testing. I am not. I potentially will show you how to set it up in this very last lesson. Like, this last lesson is going to be a whirlwind tour. We're going to talk about Next.js, form validation libraries, meta frameworks, also like Remix, testing, all of the other things that we don't cover in the course is just going to be a super whirlwind tour in here. I'm not covering auth, because this is a completely front-end course. I think that's another thing I need to make clear is there is no backend. We're not doing Next.js. We're not building APIs. Everything we do is all about React and the front end. Now, once you've learned all of this, you can absolutely take that knowledge and apply it to a meta framework like Next.js or Remix or something like that. But we are teaching only the front end pieces. Each session is up to 2 hours long. It might be like slightly less, but if a session is ever less than 2 hours, I'll essentially stay on the call on the live stream and allow you to work on the exercises and projects with me in the room. So if you have any immediate question, I'll be able to answer it. But for the most part, each lesson is 2 hours. Yeah, so, and I guess that's the other thing, David, right? So, like, I would cover that in this very last lesson. Like, there are libraries that you can integrate with, like Firebase Auth or Supabase Auth, but the purpose and goal of the course is to focus on React fundamentals and TypeScript fundamentals so that you can go off and learn those other things after you have this basis of understanding. If we look at a calendar really quick, I can talk about what's going to happen. So it starts on the 10th and then ends on the 21st. So the 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th each have a 2-hour lesson. And then the following week, it's every other day. So the 17th, the 19th, and the 21st have a lesson. The idea there is I'll have some projects for you to work on. So that way on your off day, you can just be fully writing code and practicing these things. And I'll be available in the Discord to ask questions. So the first week is a crash course, a lesson every single day. And then the following week is just three lessons. So that's a total of 8 lessons. Will there be live streams those weeks? Yes. So the live streams that are happening on Twitch will just be the simulcast. So basically Twitch is going to get the free version of the course without VODs and without materials, but those are the live streams that are going to be happening on Twitch for those 2 weeks. Yeah. I'll have to take a look, Moshiko. I think I saw your question. I thought somebody answered it, but yeah, I'll have to take a look in the Discord. And Blue Spider, thank you for the Prime. Okay, with all of that out of the way, what questions do you have? What have I not answered? Is there a coupon code? Yes. So the first, I think it's already been used once. The first 9 people to use the coupon code get 20% off. If you're subscribed to my newsletter, check your email. There's a 25% off code. Oh, there's only 9 of those left. And if you are a supporter, so if you're a Twitch sub, a YouTube member, or a patron, look in the supporters only channel. There is a 30% off code. But the code that everyone can use right now is early bird. All one word, early bird. Yeah, and so that's what I will be. That's basically what you're getting. Like during the simulcast, I will not look at live chat, the Twitch chat at all. Only the people that signed up for the course get my attention. My mods hopefully will still be here to help in the Twitch chat, but yeah, I will not look at the Twitch chat at all. I'm just going to be focused on the up to 30 students that are in the class. You pay 37% extra. Oh, I guess it's not really even like a tax. It's just a conversion factor. I don't know if I missed your question, Oscar. If I subscribe to the newsletter now, can I get 25% off? Yes, but I'm not going to send out another newsletter until the 27th. So if you want to wait with the potential that there won't be any left, you can. I just want to have some kind of incentive for the people that like signed up early, because I've been hinting it for the longest time. If you sign up on the mailing list, there are perks to the things that I launched. So yeah. Yeah, let me look at these. If you asked any questions, I'll look over here. Okay. What are React server components? What are server components in general? You have to pay me $150 to answer that question. No, I'm just kidding. React server components are new in React 18, and they essentially are a way of rendering a component on the server side built into the React framework. And basically what it allows you to, it feels like PHP, because you literally have a database lookup right before a component render, component JSX. So server components are from React itself, and they allow you to server render your components. And then if you're looking at Next.js 13 with the app directory, they are using server components in that. And you basically, in Next.js 13 with the app directory, you have to opt in to client-side rendering. So by default, every one of your React components is a server-side component. PHP. No, but it's like, I mean, if you've been in the industry long enough, you know that like in the PHP days, like all the code was intermixed, right? You had database code right next to the code that was like drawing an HTML table. It kind of feels like that. It kind of feels like that. Yeah, and people still write PHP, so no deal, no deal. Yeah, no. I understand. I think like I have a very large audience that is in a lot of different companies, in a lot of different countries. So this price point means something different to a lot of different people. I will be honest. If I keep doing courses like this, the price is only going to go up. Because if you compare this to like a coding boot camp, right? At a like let's say a 6-month coding boot camp where you're paying $20,000 for 6 months of instruction, that works out to about $160 a day. A day. For this course, you're paying $150 for 2 weeks. 2 weeks of instruction for the most part. I mean, like I said, it's 8 lessons over 10 days. So in future iterations of this course, this price will likely double, especially if demand increases. All right, let me show you a server component really quick. Yeah, and I think like that's like the other thing is I've always talked about price parity. Like it's unfortunate because I know a lot of people don't live in the U.S., so the like $150 US is a lot more for them. Let's actually, before I show you server components, let's talk about that really quick. There's this thing called the Big Mac Index. And it basically, so it's not like the exchange rate. It basically shows you the price of a Big Mac in every country. So that dark mode doesn't work very well. I'll shield your eyes. So for example, in the United States, the average cost of a Big Mac is $5.15 US. But for example, if we look at Turkey, if you were to buy a Big Mac in Turkey, it's $3.99. So if we're using the price of a Big Mac as a comparator, you could say, all right, if the course is $150 and in the US a Big Mac is $5.15, my course is 30 Big Macs. So in Turkey, if you were to buy 30 Big Macs in Turkey, that would be $120. Which honestly, this might not be the best metric because I feel like in some countries McDonald's is like more expensive than like the average burger or the average food. But this would be price parity if I was like selling a ticket to Turkey. Yeah, it's all for the Big Macs. What country are you in, Coder Mutai? Bangladesh? Let's see. Is that on here? Does Bangladesh have McDonald's? I'm ignorant of geography. Like, what would be the closest country? And maybe Bangladesh doesn't have Big Macs. I mean, I guess you could look at like Venezuela, the lowest on here. Is it Nepal? That's also not on here. Yeah, and then India is towards the bottom, so it's $253. So if we said 30 Big Macs in India, then I would be charging $75. Check the supporters channel, Ryan, because you'll get 30% off if you use that code. Yeah, so honestly, the Big Mac Index might not even work. It might not work. Yeah, well, and I know. So in India, they have the Maharaja burger, I think is what it's called. Regardless, I eventually want to do something like that, and I think in order to do that, I would need to make my own platform to sell the courses on, right? Like SuperPeer, it's really cool. Like they have they allowed me to set up this course, and I was able to sign up, and like SuperPeer is technically taking 10% of every ticket sold, but they give me the platform to do it. They host the VODs. But it would be really nice if I could have price parity, like based on what your location is, you could pay a little bit less. But yeah. Yeah, so, and I mean, can I give you a referral code, BC Magus? Because I do believe I can get a referral code for you. But this is my first time using SuperPeer, and their pricing looks really good. Like basically I'm paying 10% fees per ticket purchased. And then they also have other things like one-on-one help. That's something I might actually use pretty soon, where people can book time with me and pay by the hour. And they have a platform for that as well. Yeah, give me a second. Cool. There's the referral link. It's something like you get 10% extra on your tickets sold if you sign up to this link, and then I get like 3% of your revenue for 6 months. It's a win-win. It's a win-win. Okay, let's talk about React server components really quick. So if you look at data fetching fundamentals, let's see an example. Let's see an example. Let's see an example. Yeah, like this. I mean, you can even ignore that code. So this is a React server component. You'll notice there's no hooks. It's not saying like use data or something like that. There is literally an asynchronous request. You could think of this like this is a database lookup. This is an API call, but it literally happens right above the code for your component. So basically this code would run on the server side, and then the result of the render, whatever the render function returns, would get turned into HTML that gets server side rendered. So this is a server component. Basically, because it runs on the server, you don't have hooks, you don't have effects, you have the data, and then you immediately use it. So yeah. Yeah, and so I'm not using the subscription aspect of it, but it's on SuperPeer. It's also kind of like Patreon. You can create different subscription tiers, and then offer things to your subscribers. Because I already have Twitch subs, YouTube members, and GitHub sponsors and patrons, I didn't want to do another subscription thing over here just because it's like one more service. But yeah, okay. Thank you for your question. Oh yeah, American 2050 has a good question. Why React? It's the thing that's in the most demand, right? There are more people that are trying to learn React right now than ever, and I need to make a living, so that's why I'm doing it. And also React is here to stay. It's not going anywhere anytime soon, and yeah, that's why React. There are more jobs. It depends on where you are in the world, but there's a lot of React jobs. A lot of the newer frameworks, like if you look at like Solid, it looks like React. If you learn the basics of React, you could very quickly jump into something like Solid. A lot of the tooling in modern web dev is using JSX and React-like tools. So yeah, it's basically what most people are using. Now, if you've watched the Coding Garden, you know that I prefer Vue templates and Svelte templates, but that's just me. that's just me based on my almost 15 years as a developer and my past experience, and then working in large React code bases with a lot of JSX as a comparison, and I actually don't like it, but it's here to stay. It's here to stay. Yeah, Smiley has a question. What are some other course topics you may do in the future after the React Roots course? So yeah, I talked about this a little bit earlier, but so if you're looking at the course right now and you see the prerequisites, I will, in the future, if this goes well, I think it's going to go well. I already have, let's see how many signups I have. My function crashed. Great. I'll have to look at the signups in a second, but I launched the course yesterday and I've already sold at least 4 tickets. So I think people are going to be interested enough. And then I think the main thing for me is I'm also going to get feedback from people that attend. If you watch the Coding Garden, you know that I am mostly an honest guy and I'm not trying to scam you. and I want to do my best to give you value for the $150 that you're paying. And if I can't do that in this iteration of it, I'm not going to do another one, right? Like I'm going to try to I'm going to do my best, and I'm going to give it my all and teach this course to the best of my ability. But like, if the time frame doesn't work out, like if I'm potentially covering too much material, I might have to go back to the drawing board. So I think that's another thing. Like by being an early adopter of the courses, there's a potential for failure. I don't, but I'm gonna do my best, and I will say that I have taught a very similar course before, and it did go well. It did have really good outcomes. So I'm also like, I'm being very honest, but at the same time, I do think this is going to go well, and I have a lot of past experience teaching. So I mean, and Zepper, thank you for the resub. You'll notice if you're education minded, I already have laid out all of these learning objectives. So if you, these are essentially things phrased in a way that when you walk away from this lesson, these are the things that you're going to learn. These are the things that you're gonna take away from this lesson. And you're not going to be an expert in them or master them at the end of me talking for 2 hours and showing examples for 2 hours. The way that you master them is you do the reading materials, you watch me teach it and show examples, and then you go and try it. And this is also a way for you to kind of like assess yourself. Like, how do you know that you know how React works and you know how component hierarchies work? This is a checklist, right? So what I'm saying is if you can check off every single one of these things, you can say that you know how to do this. Same thing for like React form basics. If you can check these off, you know how to do it. Like, that's basically how this is structured as well. Okay. Yeah. Any other questions? Any other questions? Yeah. So to answer that question by Smiley, I hope this goes well. And if it does, I think this will be my next course, which is basically an introduction to all of the things you would need to know to take a React course. So if you're just joining us, if you look at the description on the course, these are the prerequisites. Like, this course is not for complete beginners, but it is for people that have never worked in React before, but have worked with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And they'll go start. Thank you for the 5 months. So yeah, thank you for that question. Do you still touch base on some of those topics? I know most of those topics, but don't want to be caught off guard. What do you mean by that, IBB Goat? Like, what do you mean, do I touch base? This might have been in reference to something I was talking about earlier. Okay. Let me know what other questions you have. And let's come up with some of the questions that I answered already, and you all can help me out. Why React is one that I'll answer in the frequently asked questions. What if the live streams are not in my time zone? Oh, one thing I didn't talk about is I actually do want to make the VODs available after the course happens. So the course will happen. There will be 8 live streams. For a moment, those will only be available to the people that bought tickets. But I want to take those VODs and then make it a course you can buy for a much cheaper price, right? Like maybe 20 bucks. So if you can't make it to this course and you miss the Twitch streams, you'll still have a chance to watch the content for a much lower price. So can I purchase the VODs after the course? And Orhan Ozgurchin, thank you. Thank you for the prime. Yeah, so American 2050 says, what if I miss one stream? I miss a live stream. VODs are available for all ticket purchasers. Yeah. Yeah, so the issue, Coder Muntahai, and like why I'm able to launch this course sooner is I have a lot of the course materials already because I've taught a very similar course before. So You're seeing the course outline. I have slides. I have exercises. I have projects. There's a lot more assets associated with each of these things that also takes a lot of my time. Learn with Jason. Thank you. Thank you for the raid. I'm here selling a thing, but I do appreciate the raid. I'm launching a course. So if you go to reactroots.com, you can learn more about it. But essentially, it is a live course. So it's happening starting April 10th. There are going to be 8 live streams. It's $150, but the seats are limited to 30 people. So only 30 people can sign up. And over the course of those 2 weeks, you'll have access to a private Discord, and I will help you if you need it. There'll be exercises. If you check out the site, I have every lesson broken down as to what I'm going to be teaching. Sorry for selling a thing right when you rated, but I do appreciate it. Learn with Jason. Thank you for the raid. Definitely go drop a follow on Jason if you haven't yet. Will the Q&A time be live streamed? What do you mean by that? And thank you, Hassan Ali. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the stretch. Yeah. Well, thank you, Orhan. I appreciate that. I'll wait to answer your question, Yash, because I did answer it earlier. Basically, I'll answer it right now. For those of you that purchase a ticket, when you attend the live stream, I will only be paying attention to the chat of the up to 30 people that attend this course. And then after each live stream, so there are 8 different live streams, I'll be answering questions in a private Discord that only those up to 30 people get access to. The course itself will be simulcast to Twitch. So as I'm teaching this to these up to 30 students, you can watch on Twitch for free. But anytime I'm talking about pre-course reading or pre-class reading materials, exercises, or projects, you will not see those. You will not get access to that. And obviously, you won't get access to the private Discord. And I won't be looking at the Twitch chat. So basically, you get a preview, a free preview of what's happening. So the next time I run a course like this, you can decide if you actually want to attend. Yeah, thank you, Default GN. I was pretty proud when I came up with the name React Roots. You still, yeah. Yeah, and exactly. The mods will be paying attention to the Twitch chat. And thanks, Jarrell. I appreciate that. Oh, yeah. This is a good question. Thank you, Macaroni Pizza Pie. He says, any gear requirements? So, what do I need to attend the course? Really just a laptop. So I mentioned it earlier, but I'll have a voice chat. Like, if you want to be able to ask me questions with your voice during the course, you'll need at least a laptop with a microphone. You don't have to be on webcam. You can be on webcam, and I think for some people I would encourage it because I'd love to see your face while I'm teaching you something. But I will not show your face on the Twitch live stream. If you talk, your voice potentially will be on the Twitch live stream. But you need a laptop. You need VS Code. You need Node.js and NPM. And you need a GitHub account. That is it. This is all you need. I'm going to come up with a better list of requirements. And once you sign up for the course, later in this week, everybody that's signed up so far, I'm going to send you an email with everything you need to get started and a link to the Discord. But yeah, you don't need a microphone, and I'm not limiting the operating system. So I'm also going to poll everybody that signs up for the course. And if the majority of people are on Windows, I might actually teach from a Windows machine. But yeah, you can attend with a PC. There are a small enough amount of students that I can help you debug something if it doesn't work. Honestly, I'm gonna backtrack on that. I'm gonna teach on my Mac just because I've always done that. But I will provide support if something isn't working on Windows. Most everything we do works cross-platform, though. So yeah, thank you for that question. Will I be touching on SSR and how things happen internally? I will not. So what about Next.js or Remix. This is a front-end only React course. Everything you learn about React, and Jim, thank you for the resub. Appreciate that. Will be like, I'll also say this, like, you can't really use Next.js or Remix without React. So everything you learn about React will be applicable to Next.js or Remix. I'll also point out, so if you go to the course website, you can see every single live stream that's going to happen, the time that it's going to happen, and the list of learning objectives for every single live stream. So this tells you absolutely everything the course is going to cover. If it's not listed here, I'm not going to cover it. I did mention that the last live stream, the last lesson, this is going to be like a whirlwind tour. I'm going to show you like a 5-minute demo of Next.js. I'll show you a 5-minute demo of Remix. I'll show you a 5-minute demo of, or maybe a 10-minute demo of Redux and Zoostand and all of these other things in the React ecosystem that aren't React itself. That will happen on this last day of the course. The course itself is all about core React, so it's and TypeScript. So it's all about components, JSX and TSX, handling forms, state. What's up, Chad? I sure do love React. Using various styling solutions. So we're going to cover inline styles, CSS modules, styled components, CSS and JS. We'll also cover Tailwind. I need to add that here. Tailwind, and then using React component library. So basically, I'm going to show you all the possible ways to do it, and then you'll have exercises to practice each one of these. And then in a project that you'll have, you get to choose which one of these do you want to use in a project. So yeah, that's that. Hassan Ali says, I'm doing my MVC Express SSR with EJS, but I want to optimize my code. One in the public folder with rollup. I just couldn't get the rollup working with jQuery import. I mean, it should import the necessary parts, but it doesn't. Yeah, I'm not experienced using jQuery with rollup. It should be possible. I think typically jQuery, I feel like jQuery typically expects itself to be a global variable. So using it as an import, that might be tricky. But yeah, I don't think I can help you on that. Teach how to navigate through docs. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the other thing. I mean, nobody asked this, but I'm going to put it here. React, the new React docs are really good. Why would I even need this course? Number one, TypeScript. The new React docs do not cover TypeScript, and I essentially will give you the basics of TypeScript, and then everything we write with React, we will use TypeScript. And this is going to be like a gentle introduction to TypeScript. Like, we're not going to talk about like super crazy generics and stuff like that. Really just the things you need to be productive in a basic React code base. And ultimately, it's just going to be a lot of prop types, basically defining the types of the props that go into your components. And then maybe defining a use state with like a generic thing. So like we're going to cover the basics of TypeScript, but really only all you need to work in a React app. And I'll tell you when should you do TS ignore, when should you use the any type, that kind of thing. So yeah, first of all, TypeScript, personal instruction from me. And I honestly think I have a better scaffolding of topics than the new React docs do. You'll notice that lesson 3 is Intro to React and Component Hierarchies. We just like slightly touch on use state, but it's not like we're deeply diving into state. Like in my experience teaching students, getting a better handle on modules, imports and exports, like defining your components in separate files, getting a handle on being able to pass props into components, all of that is a lot more important to like learn earlier. So that way, once all of that is second nature, then you can start diving into the more difficult parts, which is like state management and use effect and stuff like that. So I think I've scaffolded your React learning a little bit better than the React docs, because the React docs like kind of jump right into like use state and stuff like that. So but that's just my opinion. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, and I think honestly I'll put this in the frequently asked questions. Will this course make me a React expert? No. Uh, will this course get me a 100K a year job? No. Will it make me a React intermediate? I would say so. Yeah. So, I'll say this maybe. Will this course make me a React expert? This course is designed as a way to get you up to speed on React. You can take what you learn in this course and build projects until you've built several. What's up, Shark Turnip? You get what I'm saying? Yeah, this course will not help you pass technical interviews because it will teach you practical knowledge. I like that. I like that. This course is a practical introduction to React. I don't know, but basically what I'm saying is like anybody that's promising you're going to know everything you need to know, like you're going to know everything about React in 2 weeks, is promising way too much. I am giving you an overview of these topics. I'm going to give you exercises so that you can practice. I'm going to assign projects so that you can practice. And the only way you can get good at things with these things is practice. And even 2 weeks of practice is not enough to become an expert or to get a $100,000 a year job. This introduces you to all of this stuff, and then you have to do the work. I would say it's potentially a good, like basically the main things that are like very beginner friendly are probably like day 1 and day 2, because day 1 is going to even talk about like why do we have build systems? Why does something like React exist? How do you use npm? So for a lot of people that have already been in web dev, like if you've worked in Angular or even in Vue or Svelte, this is probably going to be probably too beginner for you. And then if you already know TypeScript, this is also going to be very beginner as well. But then from there, it's all about React and how React works. So Shirkum, thank you for the prime. Part 3 will be on my birthday. Am I supplying cake? I won't supply cake, but I will sing you happy birthday. Yeah. So it's tricky to say, Orhan. I would say like if you already have 3 years of front end experience, look at the curriculum. If you see things here that you want to learn how to do and you don't know how to do right now, then the course is potentially a fit for you. I would defer to my learning objectives that I have. But if all of this looks like I know all of that, then the course probably isn't for you. Have I seen Hustle GPT? No, I haven't. Okay. I guess I'll combine these two. All right. Any other high level questions that I haven't covered yet? Yeah, thank you for all the resubs. Appreciate you all. Are the bundlers created mainly for using with React, Vue, and Angular? I couldn't find a way to use it with my Express project. Do you know any use case for it? Yeah, so I'm essentially going to cover that like in the day one lesson, which is typically bundlers and front end tools like Vite or Webpack is for front end code. Also, though, you might actually, well, I guess if you're in, the reason you would still need a build process for your Express app would be if like you're using something like TypeScript, because TypeScript doesn't run directly on a server. TypeScript needs to be turned into JavaScript. So you wouldn't use something like Vite with an Express app. You would use TypeScript itself or related projects like TS Node or TSX, TypeScript execute. Or like if you want to use the latest features of JavaScript and you don't want to use TypeScript, then you could use something like Babel. But those are the kind of build processes that you would use for Express itself. These other bundlers and such are mainly for front-end technology. Yeah. Have I found any unique and interesting ways to use ChatGPT? I was trying to use it this morning to come up with quizzes, because basically like I have these prerequisites for the course, but I also wanted to give people a quiz that they could take so they could assess, like, are they ready for this course? It was fine. It's like, it came up with some pretty good basic questions, but I would still have to do a lot of work to come up with real questions. Like a question like, what tag is used for a link on a web page? Is fine. Like you should definitely know that before taking this course, but I was trying to come up with like more deeper questions. And you got it, Rogadev. The A tag. I was trying to come up with more like deeper questions for the quiz, and it was having a really hard time doing that. So, but yeah, I've tried to do it for that. What was that, Stas? Oh, link. I think there's a meme on r/webdev. It was like, oh no, it wasn't even on r/webdev. I think I saw it on Twitter, but it was like, yeah, the A tag I believe is just used in Svelte, and it can determine how to like link to other pages. But if you're in other frameworks, you literally have to add a library to get the capital L link component. Yeah. You know, you could use a div if you use JavaScript for your click handlers. Have you seen OpenAI's Whisper yet? You think companies like Apple and Google are more likely to use Whisper or roll their own? I haven't seen it. I feel like big companies, they want to have their own internal stuff, right? Like they don't want to have to pay licensing fees or anything like that. So they're gonna make their own, whatever it is. Yeah. Brilvio says, "How are you? I'm doing pretty good. I'm feeling good. I'm really glad that I've launched this course. Like I'm excited about this because this is also, like I said earlier, this is a proving ground, right? Like if this goes well, I'm gonna keep doing it. And also like the way that I thought about it is this is kind of like a coding boot camp, but you get to pick and choose which modules you want to do, right? You're not paying $20,000 up front. You like I launch a specific course and you're like, oh yeah, I want to learn that thing, and then you just sign up for that one specific course, rather than investing a huge amount of money for like a big long course. So yeah, what's up, Cypher? Am I happy I left my job? I mean, I've been having fun and doing Coding Garden streams and stuff like that. Yeah. 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 Yeah, I need to code that UI, but the API broke, so I'm gonna look at that. Covering Canvas API with React? I'm not. No, and especially because I guess the thing to think about is like Canvas is not the DOM, right? React is all about replacing the work of the DOM. So if you're ever using Canvas with React, you basically just have to use the Canvas API and you have to use refs. So you get a ref to the Canvas element, and then that's how you can modify it. But basically, a ref is a way to get access to a DOM element, and then you just go around React. That one element won't do virtual DOM stuff. You can just access it directly. What's up, Zelino? Now, there have been people that have written frameworks that use the Canvas API. So they make it look like React code, like you have a canvas element and then you have like a square element, and like all of the components you're using look like React, but behind the scenes of that library, they're actually turning that into code that's manipulating a canvas itself. Yeah. Is that what React Canvas is? Let's look at it. And Solly, thank you for the resub. High performance rendering for React component. High performance canvas rendering for React components. Fascinating. This is basically just React Native for the web. This isn't even like building canvas games with React. Because it's like they have their own custom components like surface, image, text. It's a very similar thing that happens in React Native, and React Native actually renders to a canvas when it's on a mobile on a native device. This seems like an older library though. If you look at this article, let's see. The canvas component. Getting the canvas context, yeah. So they use a ref to get access to that canvas element, and then they're wrapping the whole thing in a component called capital C canvas. And then, yeah, you got to do a lot of stuff to get access to the canvas, but you'll notice once we have a ref, we just, it's just the canvas at that point. Yeah. 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 Yeah, and I haven't even looked at like React Fiber. Let's look at that. Blazingly fast. An internal engine change geared to make React faster and smarter. Oh, it's like a new rendering mechanism? Does it use Canvas? Why are all these docs so blinding? They're so bright. Man, React is ugly. Why am I teaching React? So they give you this canvas component, and they give you like a mesh component. Fascinating. I guess it seems like you would use this library for like high performance like animations and stuff inside of your React components. Cool. Where does the term ref come from? Is it short for something? Why is it called a ref? I assume it's short for reference. It's a reference to an element. I assume. Let's look at the React docs. Let's see if they tell us what it's short for. UseRef is a React hook that lets you reference a value. Yeah, it's a ref. It's a reference. Means reference. So you're essentially, like if you think about it like this, like if you look at this web page, that there is a big old div, and if I use it in the console, now temp0 is a reference to that element. Like this is a variable that corresponds to that actual DOM element. And I will say this, you can use refs for other things. Ref is short for refrigerator. I like that. You can use refs for other things, but typically they're used to get direct access to a DOM element. You could also you could use it to do like to make an object wrapper, if you really wanted to. But yeah, I think they're doing it here with like this interval. Oh, and like so this is like if they do a set interval, they're using this to reference the value of it rather than a state variable. Yeah, that's a thing. That's a thing. What do I think about React jumping to server components, if nobody asked yet? Somebody asked what server components were, but they didn't ask me what my opinion was. My opinion is I do think there's too much of a push to server-side rendering, potentially to the detriment of the React framework itself. Because gone are the days of just static websites. Now you need a server to run your React code. I mean, you technically don't. Like with a framework like Next.js, they have hybrid rendering, right? You technically can still build a completely static app, but you get the option for server components. I don't know. Yeah, it's basically back to PHP, and then 5 years from now we'll be going back to like completely static apps. I mentioned it earlier, but this course is completely static. Like if you've built websites like using the DOM, like document.getElement by ID and stuff like that, this is going to show you how to build similar websites, single page applications with React. We're not talking about server-side rendering or anything like that. And I absolutely believe this is where you need to start, because if you jump immediately into Next.js, there are a ton of extra concepts that you're missing that will potentially confuse you. If you immediately jump into it. So yeah, my thought is, actually, I'll talk about this really quick. In the React docs, if you go to installation and starting a new project, the fact that they mention Next.js first feels bad, feels very bad. Yeah, it feels bad. It feels bad. And then if like, so, I mean, like there's a lot of drama about like they should remove Create React App from the docs and stuff like that. But the crazy thing is, well, first of all, Create React App I don't think is even mentioned on this page. But what if you want to use React without a framework? You literally have to click this button and then scroll down to see it mention Vite, right? I do think that was a mistake. Obviously, these docs are open source. I don't know if somebody's like made a PR, but like there literally should be a section that says, I think it should be first without a framework. It really depends. I think the other thing is like the React docs to me seem like they're for people that have used other front end frameworks. A lot of a way a lot of this stuff is mentioned and structured. It's not from the beginner perspective of someone that literally knows nothing about like build tools and like the idea of like separating your UI and your state and stuff like that. It kind of assumes a lot of stuff. So like basically by jumping immediately into Next.js, I think it's way too much for beginners, and then it just scares them away from web development. Yeah. Yeah. And so no, Next.js is not from the core team. It's from a company called Versal, which is a great company. Like I use Versal for a lot of stuff. But when you choose Next.js, it's like 90%. I can't just throw out a number. In a way, it is vendor lock-in. Like because Next.js is finely tuned to work really well on Vercel. There are other ways of deploying a Next.js app, but you could potentially run into issues because everything is so finely tuned to be deployed on Vercel. So by choosing Next.js, you're potentially also choosing your backend deployment framework. Like I said, it's possible to not deploy a Next.js app to Vercel, but you will potentially run into like caching issues, like a slower server. Like it's a thing. So you add more complexity to an already complex framework. So I like trying to start Svelte with SvelteKit. It gets scary really fast. Yeah. I was thrown into React after building a full stack Django app and definitely didn't feel very friendly to me. Yeah. I think like just people forget what it was like before they understood JSX, right? Like that's why I made that comment when I was looking at this. I was like, that's some code right there. I will say this, by the end of this course, you will be able to understand what this code is doing. That's what I'll say. But I'll also say this code looks this looks so messy. There's so much going on. Like I don't know. React people asked Twitter at the dawn of their latest docs what they felt React was missing, and they got a lot of feedback. They did not take it too well. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Like SvelteKit, can you build only SPA and Next and deploy to S3? Yes, you can. I don't think it's supported in the app directory just yet, which is the beta of it. But the old version of Next.js, you can basically just say, you can turn off server-side rendering, and it'll generate a completely static app for you. Does anybody know? How do you turn it off? I don't know. We need proof that I understand. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, America 2050. Like it's basically like I think it's hard to write documentation because it's hard to assume what people already know and what they don't know, right? And if you assume they know nothing, then you're like teaching things that have nothing to do with your documentation, what you actually want them to know. It's a hard problem to solve, right? Like I'm criticizing the docs, but I will admit, like it's a hard problem to solve, to decide like what do you cover first and in what order. But yeah, okay. What am I doing? I guess I was looking how to do SSR. I don't know how to, static HTML export, yeah. Next.js can be used to generate static applications, including using React in the browser without the need for a Node.js server. The core of Next.js has been designed to enable starting a static site, if desired, and later upgrade to use powerful dynamic features that require a server, like this. So you update your config, you say the output is export, and now you cannot have server-side code in your Next app. Honestly, maybe not though, because it might actually be able to like load data at build time. But this is what I'm talking about. This is confusing. Like even myself as an experienced developer, I mean, I don't have a lot of experience with Next. I could learn it. I could figure out how it all works, but it's a whole different thing. It requires knowledge of all of the processes and stuff like that. Yeah, I think that's the other thing, and like why I think something like, well, I guess what a lot of people don't realize about Vue.js is it works really well from a CDN. Like it can literally you just drop it into a page without a build tool and it works perfectly fine. The simple fact that React uses JSX and there's a lot more things that require a build process, it's harder to use React. I mean, you wouldn't do it in production. You would not use React directly in the browser with a CDN link. You technically can. Like if you look in the React docs here, they talk about how you can reference like a Babel compiler, and you can actually have JSX, but you would never do that in we have 404 Twitch subs. That's awesome. You would never do that in production because all of that code has to load to transpile your JSX and everything else. Whereas Vue was built to be just to run as a static link and just run in the browser fairly, and it's fairly performant. Yeah. All right. It's really funny how we start to talk about the pitfalls of React, but I will reiterate, React isn't going anywhere, which is why I'm teaching this course. And I mean, I guess I don't mention it anywhere on here, but I have built production applications in React for over 6 years. I have apps that I don't work on anymore because it was at a former company, but those apps are still in production. Large code bases, like 10, 20 pages, over 100 components. I have a lot of experience writing React code, which is honestly probably why I criticize it so much, because I also have a lot of experience writing large code bases in Vue. And there's a lot of differences there. So, all right. Any other questions about the course before we jump into some code? Because I want to make a little overlay that'll show you how many tickets are left. More questions. 8 divided by 2, 2 plus 2, 1 or 16. So order of operations, because there's parentheses, we say 2 plus 2 is 4. And then 2 times 4 is 8. So I guess it would be 1. Is there a team to be on? Like, wouldn't we just plug this into Wolfram Alpha and get the result? Wouldn't we plug this into JavaScript and get the result? Yeah. Two is not a function. Like this. Oh, it comes back as 16. Okay, what's the order of operations here then? Oh, I see it. Okay, so it's literally 4 times 4. Well, JavaScript says it's 16. I mean, you saw the way that I did it. Like, I simplified the right-hand side first. I think that's the wrong thing to do, though. Because you should simplify this, but then it becomes 8 divided by 2 times 4. So you simplify the parentheses first, and now you have this equation, and this can be done in I guess typically it happens from left to right. Yeah, that's why. So you resolve the parentheses and then go left to right. That's how math, the Bodmas rule. I don't remember that, but apparently that's a math thing. Brackets first. Exponents, division, multiplication, addition, subtraction from left to right. I remember PEMDAS. That makes more, that rings a bell. Parentheses, exponents, multiplication, division. The thing is, if you do PEMDAS, then it's if you do multiplication first in that equation, then you get the value 1, but you have to do left to right. Yeah, if they have the same precedence that goes left to right. Thank you, Oscar, for your question. Why is there no symbol for multiplication in those equations? It's just how mathematical equations are written. Like if two expressions are written next to each other, typically it's assumed multiplication. Back-end course win? Eventually. We're several months out though. Yeah, and then I mentioned we're not covering the Canvas API. Why React and not Vue? I thought I preferred Vue. I have a lot of preferences, but my preferences don't necessarily speak to what is popular. It speaks to my experience with these things. So I definitely prefer the development experience of Vue, but I have written a lot of React, and a lot of people want to learn React. Preferences don't make money. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's why. Thank you for asking though. Demigod has a question. Been doing front end for a bit now, but when I try to build something, I get stuck after building a UI. Like I have a problem while integrating the auth or just setting up the servers and all. How do you suggest I tackle this? It's tricky, but one problem at a time. I think like part of what makes you a better developer is like breaking things down into the smallest possible problem to solve or the smallest possible error to solve, and then taking it one step at a time, one error at a time, one problem solved at a time. So it really just takes practice. I don't know if I have any better advice than that. I will say like you're potentially lacking some background. Like if you've only ever worked on front end and now you're trying to jump into and Jen Janad, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Jen. Glad to have you. What were you working on? Learning how to set up Postgres. Nice. Did you learn it? How'd it go? But thank you for the raid. I'm selling a thing. So sorry you brought people over to hear a sales pitch, but I just launched a course. So I'm answering questions about the course. I think there's a pinned message that has info about the course that I launched. Yeah. Cool. Diamond says, I had the same issues. Follow along with your listed stuff. Now I've got it. Ooh. Samwise isn't... Oh. How is that even possible? Samwise came back. Our bot was broken earlier. Yeah. It actually shouldn't be working because I don't have the browser tab open. Sam's back in the office. So yeah, Demigod, I don't have exact advice for you other than take it one step at a time. If you get stuck, try to ask for help. But yeah, some programming. Yeah, pretty much. Yes, yeah, this is a good question. So someone asked earlier in the chat, will there be a private repo with course contents or something like that? Yes, there will. I'll put that in the frequently asked questions. Yes. Ticket purchasers will get access. Free viewers will not get access. When the course is republished as VODs only, purchasers will get access as well. If that makes sense. So to basically provide value here, like you're paying for this ticket price. What do you get? You get access to me, you get access to the live streams, you get access to a private Discord server, you get access to the reading materials, the exercises, and the projects. If you're not a paying ticket person, you do not get access to those things. But when the course is over, so the course is happening over the course of 2 weeks, when that is over, the recordings of the course will be available for a lower price, like probably $20, $30. I have to come up with a price point. But people that buy that will also get access to the course materials. So essentially, when the course is over, you'll be able to buy it, but you won't get access to a private Discord. It'll basically just be self-paced at that point. But you will get access to the resources at that point. Yeah. Noctate says, after playing with Tailwind, I get tired when writing normal CSS. What do I think about this? I think it's completely valid. Tailwind is fast. It is fast, but it's a fast development experience, right? You don't have to context switch to a CSS file. You don't have to create a separate class just to change one CSS property. Working with Tailwind is very fast. So my thought is, yes, yeah, I agree with that. I think where people get hung up on Tailwind is when you potentially have a more complex set of Tailwind classes that can potentially start to look really ugly if you have like 10 or more classes on a single element. That's where people start to not like Tailwind and talk about potential problems of maintainability, or potential problems of like maintainability, like working on a team that does that kind of thing. There are tools to help with that, but I would say, yeah, I don't think anybody can deny that writing Tailwind alone isn't faster than combining it with CSS. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Namaste Geek. Yeah, I appreciate it. You might appreciate my learning objectives. If you look at the course, I have learning objectives for every single lesson that I'm going to give. And I worked hard on these. I've also, so I will admit, I have the exercises and projects for probably like the first 4 lessons, but I'm still creating materials for the rest of these. But just to talk about like how I do this, I come up with the learning objectives first, right? I try to decide what do I want a student to walk away with from this lesson, and then I design the exercises and the projects around that. And then I design my slides in my lesson around teaching and demonstrating these things. Yeah. Better to know understands in there. Better be, oh no, there's not. Command F for understand. You will not find it. Like that, yeah, that's another thing in learning, what do we call it? Education? Like all of the other thing about these learning objectives are they are accessible. Is that a word? They can be assessed, right? So like let's just pick one random one. Use modern features of React, like use effect and use state. If you are able to use effect and use state, meaning you can write code that has those two things, you satisfy that learning objective. If this instead said understand use effect and use state, how do you gauge that? Like, how do you gauge that you understand it? Yeah, curriculum development, course development. The word understand is really hard to assess. So you use other words, you use other verbs that are like action verbs, like you will do this thing, or you will be able to describe or define a thing, or use a thing, not understand, because understand is very hard to assess, especially like to self-assess, right? Like you're taking a course. How do you know you're doing well as a student? How do you know that you're getting the outcomes? Understand is too vague, and like it's not actionable, because what and I think like this is the other thing about like teaching a lesson. If a teacher says, "Does everyone understand?" and everyone just nods their head, how do you know that? like every student in the class, like sitting there watching the instructor, has a different definition of what it means to understand the content that just happened. So better questions are, Namaste Geek, please tell me the first step in the React component lifecycle. And if the student can answer that, then I can assume that they understand the React component lifecycle. I can't just ask them, do you understand the React component lifecycle? So, No, what's up, Dr. Thu? Yeah, I mean, I think Namaste Geek is an instructional designer as well, or used to be. Um, yeah. React is not capitalized. I'll have to fix it. Um, yeah. So if you look at my course, I have learning objectives for every single lesson. Can we purchase just the materials if we already watched the simulcast? Yeah, it'll basically be the same price as. I mean, I think I see what you're saying, Blue Spider. Like, would I split up the course materials from the VODs? I don't think I will. Essentially, you would pay the, let's say, $30 price to get the VODs and access to the exercises, projects, slides. So, yes, you can, but it's going to be the same price as if you were to purchase the whole thing later. That's my plan. Cool. All right. I'll try to answer this really quick from ArcSign 95. What is the... Is arc a mathematical thing? Sign is. I don't know. My company offers me an internship with the possibility for a job, but they mostly use Ember. I feel it's a bit wrong since Ember isn't used a lot nowadays. I learned React before, but in my area there aren't so many jobs at the moment, so I think I should go for this. What do I think about it? Yeah, like if this is one of your only opportunities, sure. Even if you have multiple opportunities, like using something that's not React, especially if it's early in your career, is totally fine. Like it's not. I would say early in your career, it's not going to pigeonhole you, or it's not going to make it so that you can only work on Ember apps. I will say Ember will probably make you a better React developer, because what Ember gives you are a lot of opinions about where to put things, how to structure your code base. React does not give that to you. So, and Taco Bandit, thank you. You're too kind. Thank you for the 3 gifted. So if you spend some time in an Ember code base, you're going to learn some things, and you can take those learnings to like working in a React code base. So if it's your only option on the table, I would say why not? Like, it's not going to be like that's the only thing you could ever use, because all of these front-end frameworks, Ember, React, Vue, Svelte, Solid, Angular, they all work on fairly similar principles, and that you're typically separating your state from your UI. And your UI becomes like a function of your state. Everything else is just implementation details. Everything else is just like developer experience. So I think you'll be fine. You worked 12 years in Delphi? Well, and you're doing TypeScript now? Yeah, and I think that's the other. Diamond makes a great point. Like, just getting some experience is going to be great. Like, if you apply at a React job, they're not going to deny you because you worked in Ember. They're going to be like, oh, well, you have experience working in a large code base. Tell me about that. So yeah, don't worry about that. All right, Moshiko had a question in the Discord about React. Trying to implement auth with React. Haven't covered Node.js for backend, so I was thinking about creating a basic Firebase API for that, just for the sake of practice. In terms of auth libraries, can you recommend auth libraries that are in demand if later on I wish to apply for a React developer job? The thing I want to learn the most is how to do role-based auth with my React apps. Yeah, so if you're not going to be writing Node.js, then you're going to need a backend as a service. And Firebase is one of those things, a backend as a service. So honestly, Firebase is probably the most popular. So if you look at their products, they offer authentication. And essentially, this gives you a library that you can use purely on the front end. You don't need any back-end code, and you can get authorization in your app. Now, if you want to start to have data in a database, this pairs really well with their Cloud Firestore offering, which is like a database as a service, a real-time database as a service, because your users will sign up, they'll get stored in a collection, and then you can reference their ID in their collection from the Firestore. So I would say you can't go wrong with Firebase. Another one to look at is Supabase. Very similar thing, but Supabase, the database aspect of it is based on Postgres. And if you work in it, you'll actually learn a lot about role-based row level authentication in a Postgres database, because Postgres actually has this thing built into it where you can write rules about every table and access to rows in that table, and it works in Postgres. It's not like a So Cloud Firestore is a proprietary thing hosted by Google. There's no way for you to host Firestore on your own server. You have to use Google's Firestore. Supabase, ArcSign, is that built into JavaScript? Math.sign. There's sign. Is there an ArcSign? That's what I was like. Oh, it's a sign of 95. A sign, yeah. Why is that Nan? Why is that Nan? I don't know, but yeah. So Cloud Firestore, only hosted on Google servers. You can access it from your front end code, but it's only hosted there. Supabase is built on top of like open source technologies. This thing called Postgres, which puts a REST API on top of a Postgres database, but they have a similar offering. So they have an authentication thing. They have a real-time database. And I would say Supabase is newer, and they're a smaller company. Like Firebase is literally from Google. So in terms of getting experience for your resume, honestly, Firebase might be better. But at the same time, if you use Supabase, everything you learn about it is somewhat similar in Firebase, so you could potentially apply those learnings. I will say, though, it does have the added benefit of learning more about Postgres and learning about row-level security, which is not specific to Supabase. That's actually specific to Postgres. So in the future, if you build a Node.js app and you have it talking to a Postgres database, you can kind of use everything you learned about database triggers, row-level security. You could use that in a Node.js app. So that's potentially something that Supabase has going for it. There's also AWS Cognito. So this is from AWS. I think honestly, this if I were to put them in order of what employers would care about, Firebase and Cognito are kind of in the same. But honestly, if you do Cognito, you basically at that point you have AWS experience. That would probably look really good on a resume. But Cognito has a very similar front end library. Does anybody know what it's called? Because I know Cognito is more of like the back end interface for setting everything up, but there's a way to integrate it into your front end. AWS has a thing for that. Oh yeah, we'll mention Auth0 as well. Amplify, that's it. AWS Amplify is, again, like I would put all of these things, Supabase, Firebase, AWS Amplify, they're all in a similar thing. They give you backend as a service, and AWS Amplify allows you to integrate with your Cognito setup, your Cognito backend. I say backend, literally it's a dashboard on AWS where you configure everything, and then you'll get various keys that allow you to integrate with it using this library Amplify. Yeah, and I think that's the other thing. If you use Firebase, then you'll get Google Cloud Compute experience. So this is like the Google Cloud, and then this is the AWS Cloud. And then another thing to mention is Auth0. So Auth0, as far as I know, doesn't give you a backend as a service offering. It really is just all about auth. You typically have to bring your own backend. Let's look at it though. Yeah, they have user management and authentication. I will say Auth0 is pretty popular. Like most companies have heard of it. But once you start having data associated with your application, you're gonna need a backend to integrate with Auth0. It doesn't have that. So typically, you might use Auth0 because they manage all of your users, but then you would have like a custom node backend that can integrate with that, so that way you're not handling those users. All of these other offerings, Firebase, Supabase, Amplify, and Cognito, they're all backend as a service. Will Firebase let me create fake accounts instead of using real ones? Yeah, and I think all of these services will. You can basically have test users. You might have to use like multiple Gmail accounts, because if you do like sign up with email, but yeah, you can basically test all of this stuff before bringing it into production. And they pretty much all of these support that. Cool. Does that answer your question? I'll link all of this stuff. Yeah, and I think that's the other thing. Like I've worked at a company that used Firebase well, it wasn't even Firestore, whatever the one before Firestore was. I think, was it just Firebase Real Time? I don't know, but they used that. Eventually, they transitioned away from it. Firebase Real Time Database, it still exists. Is it on this list? Oh, here it is, Real Time. Yeah, okay, this is the older one. These days, most everyone is choosing Firestore. I believe that's my understanding of the ecosystem. I may be wrong, but I would say as a beginner that's just learning these things, you don't necessarily have to worry about vendor lock-in because you're just using them in a personal project to learn about them. If you're at a company and you lead a team and you're trying to decide on a back-end solution, then you have to start to think about vendor lock-in and also potentially pricing. Because if you choose Firebase, you have chosen Firebase and you must use Google's services and Google's servers. And all of your code will be written specific to that. Same thing, if you choose AWS Amplify, like in Cognito, all of your code will be specific to that. Supabase, they actually allow you to self-host. So this is probably the most open of the three options because you technically don't have to buy their hosting. You can host it on premises if you want to. But vendor lock-in is the thing we think about when we're choosing a stack for an application, because that means that if I have an app that's going to last, I don't know, 5 years, I'm going to be paying a bill to Google for 5 years. And eventually, if my user base grows enough, I might actually run into a situation where I'm paying more for Firebase and Firestore than I would be had I chosen some other solution. Keycloak? Yeah. Well, I'll send the links. Okay, so there's Firebase Auth. There's also Cloud Firestore, which is the database, and they pair really well together because basically you use Firebase Auth for your users to sign up, and it's a front-end library, and you get the sign-in, and then after they've signed in, you use another function from that same library to start storing data in a database, and they're very well synced together. And then Supabase, similar idea. You use their auth library, it's storing them in the backend, and then you design your tables that use the auth information from the user store. And then I've only ever read about Amplify. I've never used it, but I assume it works in a similar way. And then there's also Auth0. So those are your options. The idea is to create fake users and use them as auth. Yeah, you should be able to do that. Yeah. Because I think all of them potentially support username password login, and then you can just sign up a bunch of fake users and try that out. Namaste. Oh, thank you. That's really kind. How can we best help promote your course? Wait until I build a landing page and then just tweet it out or share it with people you might think are a good fit for the course. I don't know if you were here when I was talking about it, but I do have prerequisites here. So basically this course is for people that have built websites, but have not built websites with React. And it's also for people that have a good grasp of JavaScript already. An emulator? Oh, that's good to know, Taco Bandit. I've never used that. But so apparently you can, when you're working locally but with Firebase, they have a way of emulating the auth server. That's pretty cool. But yeah, tweet about it, message people. That's about it. Thank you for asking. But by the end of today, I hope to have a more succinct landing page and set of frequently asked questions for people that are curious about the course. So yeah. Rogadev says, I use Express for several projects. I love Express. How easy or hard is it to create something like React plus Express instead of an all-in-one solution? How much time and energy does it actually save you? It depends. Like, For me, I am actually much more proficient and I feel like I can move quicker with a separate React and Express backend. It also just feels better. Like in my years of experience, I really like decoupled solutions because it allows you to like basically your backend could be written with Express and Node and be fairly what's the word? Stable, fairly stable. Like the libraries aren't changing that quick. Your API is usable by other types of clients. It's usable by native mobile apps, desktop apps, IoT devices, watches. Basically, you have one API that can be used in many different kinds of devices, and then you just build different front ends depending on where things are running. And the backend is typically very stable. Like the libraries aren't changing, and the frameworks aren't changing that quickly. Like I have a Node and Express code base that's probably like 6 years old that is like even today would still be fairly modern. Like the only difference between it and a more recent Express code base is that it's probably written with TypeScript. And so that's why it feels better to me because I know that I'm building a thing that's going to be long lasting, and there's potential that React will change, and I'll have to like rewrite potentially rewrite or upgrade my code base, and now it's only a front end problem. It's not an intermix problem, right? So if you intermix the two, now you have, let's say you're on Next.js. Right now you're on Next.js version 13. You're not using the beta, and eventually when that stuff comes out of beta. It's going to be really enticing to start writing stuff in that way instead of the old way. And you obviously don't have to, right? You can keep your old code base, but it does seem like something like Next.js, because it's closer to the front end ecosystem, moves faster and breaks quicker. So I still prefer to build separate backends from my front end. Now, like there's a lot more to it than just like having an API that can be used by multiple things, because technically you can still do that with Next.js, because Next.js allows you to define API routes, and those API routes can be easily deployed to Vercel as serverless functions, and those API routes can be used by things that are not your Next.js app. But you're still in a Next.js app. I don't know. I think the other thing to think about these days, especially, is like full stack type safety. So if you're building an API and then now you need to call that API from your React app, and if you're using TypeScript, how do you get the types? There are multiple ways to do it. There are solutions like TRPC. Typically, TRPC seems to make a lot of sense if your front end and your back end are written in TypeScript. But what I talked about earlier is you could build an Express backend that you could call from a native app of some kind. And it's a bit trickier to do that with TRPC. TRPC technically supports it, and they have some plugins for it, but it's not their main way of doing things. It's not, or you could copy paste the types. There are actually some interesting solutions I want to explore on stream. Zodios is one of them. Essentially, you define, so this middle section here is your API contract. You say, I'm going to have an API that has this endpoint. It takes this kind of input that you define with Zod. It will return this kind of response, and if there's an error, it will look this way. You basically define your contract, and then you can use that contract as a front-end client that has type safety, and then you use that same contract inside of your Express API that gives you type safety. So as you're building out the actual implementation of these routes, it like the types flow through, and it'll throw errors if like you return the wrong thing or you don't satisfy the contract. So Zodios is one of those, and TS REST is another one that I was looking into. These two are very similar. I would have to do some research to figure out which one I want to use. And then if you go the TRPC route, they actually have a plugin for OpenAPI. So the thing with TS REST and Zodios is your contract is separate from your client calls and your backend implementation. Basically, your contract is standalone, and you get a TypeScript type out of that that can be used in both places. Same thing with TS REST. You define your contract, and then you can use it on the front end and use it on the back end. TRPC combines your contract with your backend code. So essentially, your contract of your API is implemented with either like a query or a mutation function. So it's probably quicker to develop because it's all in one. But now you can't really take that contract and do something generic with it, which you may or may not want to do. One thing you can look at in the awesome TRPC is TRPC Open API. So Open API is a standard for defining JSON APIs, and there are code generators for all types of programming languages. So you could build a backend that a backend API that has an Open API specification, and then you could generate a client for the Go programming language, or Rust, or TypeScript, or Python, and it will just work for that language and know all about your API. So that's one of the reasons why people use something like Open API. But TRPC Open API basically allows you to take your TRPC app and expose it, or basically create an Open API specification that makes it a REST API that can be easily callable by things that are not TypeScript. So, yeah, their docs are really good too. Yeah, but these three things are all like in a similar camp, and I definitely want to explore them. So that's the thing. Cool. I want to write some code. Yeah, there's actually, so there's more solutions as well, because I'm talking all about REST APIs. If you want to deal with GraphQL, I do believe there's like I don't even know, I forget what it's called, but there's like a TypeScript GraphQL framework, TS GraphQL. Is this the one? Maybe not. This only has 32 stars. TypeGraph? There's no good answer to this question, and it feels like there never will be. The answer is C#. C# or Java, honestly. But I think people are on the right track with those tools that I just showed, like Zadios and TS REST. I think they're on the right track. Like we're getting to a place where it's easy. It's as easy to have really good like API schema definitions generated from your code and not have to do it manually, like you can do like in the C# and Java world. But yeah, so type GraphQL lets you define classes. They have decorators, and then you can expose those as GraphQL resolver types. So you don't have to write them manually. So that's a thing as well. Yeah, I think it's because like you're using it in a React app. I don't know. Skip TRPC, skip GraphQL, skip monorepos, and just make your types and actually build an app. I like that. Nika says, I totally agree with that. You're also flexible and easier to debug. Yeah, so when you're decoupling it. Yeah, I don't know, but that's just me. I've tried SvelteKit for a few months now. How do I feel like it stacks up compared to Nux? I answered this the other day on a code Q&A. I don't think I have enough experience with it yet. I will say the ability to call API functions in a Nuxt component, and it just does the right thing. Like you can actually call API functions from the server side, and it does it the right way, is really cool. I actually don't see that in SvelteKit. I think I remember finding an issue where like they're working on it, but yeah, I really like that about Nuxt because it feels cleaner, and it feels like I can define separate API routes, use them in my Nuxt app, but still have an API that's callable and usable by something that's not my Nuxt app. So yeah. Yeah, and then in working with like Next.js, even Next.js with the app directory, it's just still, it feels so far behind what Nuxt is doing and what SvelteKit are doing. It's cool. It's definitely like it has a lot of opinions, and it's better than just trying to do all of that stuff yourself without something like Next.js. But the things that all of these other frameworks are doing are make for a much better developer experience, at least from what I've seen. How do I seem so happy and positive? I don't know. I'm trying my best. I think I am a naturally happy and positive person. Like it's my default state. Yeah, so if I'm just sitting and doing nothing, I am mostly positive. And when I do get mad, I try not to dwell on things. So if I am angry or sad, or any of the other things we would call negative emotions or feelings, um, I try not to sit in those too long. And just naturally, it's like it's easier for me to not dwell on things or not sit in those and get back to my default state of happy. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have a good answer for you. All right, let's write some code. Let's also see how many tickets I've sold. So give me a second. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Didn't Svelte used to have script type module? I don't know about that. I do like your idea, America 2050. I kind of want to do that, but I want to build something big and useful because it's like comparing the things at a surface level is fine, but I want to compare them at a deeper level, like a larger code base with more routes and stuff like that. Yeah, I also don't see it. The only problem I see with Nuxt is the fact that it just got to version 3 and the ecosystem is still catching up. That's really the only problem I see with it. Who are you? And why are you trying to call my backend? There's not really enough content that goes deeper than very, very basic. I think that could grab a. Yeah, you're probably right. This week especially, I want to make more YouTube content because I haven't been uploading videos. So, like on the stream tomorrow, which I'm calling a chill stream, I'm just gonna figure out some interesting things that'll make for a good 10 to 20 minute YouTube video. So that could be something. Um, uh oh. What's happening? I am. I'm trying. I built an API this morning and it's not working. So I'm just looking into it. I asked ChatBT. Yeah, I'm about to tell you how many tickets are left. Just give me one moment. Um, yeah, give me 1 second, Jay Web, and I'll get into it. Hopefully the interview went well. Were you giving an interview or getting an interview? Nice. Glad to hear it, Namaste Geek. Well, seems about right. Um, Oh, that would make sense. Have I tried turning it off and on again? I mean, why is this happening? This just worked earlier. Um, so, I was just calling the SuperPeer API to get stats about my course, but it's just not working anymore. There we go. Don't know what was happening. I probably just have an expired auth token. Nothing crazy. What's up, the real Shriff? And Nika, thank you for the tier 1. How to spin up a Docker container and attach the Docker container's bash to a terminal on the front end. You want to look for Docker exec. If you spin it up and then do Docker exec something something bash or sh, then it'll put you into a shell. Cool. There are 25 tickets left and 8 early bird promos left. Yeah, Brilvio has it. Docker exec -it, which is interactive, name of the container, bin bash. I don't know what it means to expose the container to the front end. I don't know quite what you're trying to do there. Cool. All right. Let's give a quick rundown of my course for anybody that missed it earlier. I am launching a live course. It's a series of 8 live streams starting April 20th through April 21st, and there are only 25 tickets left. So it's going to be up to 30 students in the classroom, and tickets are $150 each. But what are you getting with that $150? You get access to reading materials for each of the lessons, 2 hours of in-class instruction, and 1 to 2 hours of out-of-class exercises and projects for every lesson. And you're also going to get access to a private Discord server where you can ask for help about the exercises, get feedback on any of your exercises, and you'll get that feedback directly from me because I'm limiting it to 30 students, so I'll be able to give you more individualized instruction. It's important to note time zones. So if you go to this site, reactroots.com, it has every single lesson. Basically, when you pay the ticket price, you're going to get access to the exclusive live streams and exclusive Discord server for all of these. You can see each of them has a specific time and day when they're going to happen. And each lesson, I've written out the learning objectives. So these are the things that you're going to walk away with from each one of these lessons. But it's important to note the time zone so you can see when the lesson is happening. And then the fact that I will be available in the Discord server for like roughly 5 hours after the lesson happens. So lesson will happen. You'll start working on projects, and then I'll be keeping an eye on the Discord server if anyone has questions. Potentially, if it's a serious problem that we can't resolve over like text, we'll do like a screen share or something like that. It's also important to note that these live streams will be simulcast to Twitch. So you'll be watching them, and you'll get access to also the VODs. So after the live stream is over, you'll be able to rewatch it if you want to. But at the same time, it's going to be streamed for free on Twitch. So anybody that wants to watch it will be able to watch it. But anytime I start talking about reading materials, exercises, projects, or anything like that, people that are watching on Twitch will not be able to see that. And obviously, people watching on Twitch won't get access to the private Discord server. So I'm trying to make at least the teaching content available for free. So if people can't pay this ticket price, or maybe you don't think you're ready for the course yet because you don't have the background, but you still want to watch, maybe you want to decide, would you buy this course in the future? You get to watch it, at least that part, for free to decide if I do this again in the future, if you would want to purchase it. And then it's also important to note that this is not for complete beginners. So I have the prerequisites here. So you need to know these things before jumping into the course. And this isn't for complete beginners. So I'm teaching React with TypeScript, and you need to know the basics of JavaScript already. You need to know how to work with objects, how to work with functions. You should have already built websites that do DOM manipulation. So get element by ID, element.innerHTML, element.text content. You should be familiar with those kinds of things. And also familiar with asynchronous JavaScript. So callbacks, promises, making HTTP requests, also using higher order methods like map and filter, and also running basic commands from the command line. I am not going to be teaching these things in the course, so you should be familiar with these things already before joining the course. I think the other thing to look at if you're deciding if you want to take this course or not, take a look at the learning objectives. If these learning objectives make sense to you at a high level, some of them obviously you're not going to know. That's the purpose of me teaching them, is that we're going to go over these. But if this looks like a complete foreign language to you, this course is probably not for you. And hey, Krusty, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate you. So all of that said, yeah, I don't have a timeline yet. No, I mean, my hope is that I could do one of these once a month. But I need to prove it first. I need to get feedback from everybody that attends, and then I need to iterate on it. But potentially what I will do, and I guess what we've talked about in the chat, is I'll potentially do a course that covers these things. And that way I'll run the React course after that, and you'll potentially be ready for that. The thing is, I don't think we could cover this in 2 weeks. I probably would want this to be like a 4-week class. Which is a lot. so I have to think about that as well. Like it would last longer. I mean, I could potentially break it up into 2 courses. I don't know. Yeah. The course page is it should be, yeah, it's linked to. So if you look in the Twitch chat, there's a little thing, but if you go to reactroots.com, you can find it. And it's important to note, when you pay this ticket price, you're getting access to these live streams. You can't buy these individually. You're basically signing up for the course. Yeah, that's a good question. Why did I choose Superpeer? they're one of the only platforms I found that would let me do this kind of thing. So if you sign up for the course, you'll also get access to live stream VODs. So I'm going to be streaming through SuperPeer, but also cross-streaming to Twitch. But SuperPeer is going to save the VODs. So if you paid this ticket price, let's say the day after a lesson, you want to go back and watch, you'll be able to watch that lesson specifically on SuperPeer, and it's only for people that bought a ticket. I think the other thing is, I do believe you can still buy a ticket even after the course starts. I actually don't know if I can stop that from happening, but what that means is if I don't sell out, if I don't sell all 30 tickets and you decide you're going to watch that first live stream for free, you could potentially decide to sign up that day and you would still get access to the course. Now, the course is 2 weeks away, 3 weeks away. Course is 3 weeks away, so who knows if I'm going to sell out or not? But that is, if you're hesitant, that's another option. Is like wait for the first day to see, is this something I really want to do, and then you could potentially sign up for it then as well. But once the 30 seats are hit, no one else can sign up. And the reason is I want to give you value for your money, because the price you're paying is for more individualized instruction, right? Like this isn't just some Udemy course where you just press play on the videos. You can ask me questions while I'm teaching things. You get to go work on a thing, and then if you get hung up while you're working on it, again, you can come and ask me questions. And also I'm going to be reviewing your code. So you submit an exercise, and I'll tell you what I think you could improve on or what you did wrong. So yeah. Yeah, and then thank you, Oscar. That's the next thing is after the course is over, so it'll be over on the 21st, for a lower price. Right now, I'm thinking probably like $30. You'll be able to buy access to the VODs, the exercises, the projects, the slide decks, all of that good stuff. So that's the course. That's it. And if you want to sign up now, you can use the code earlybird, and you'll get 20% off. But if you're on my newsletter, my mailing list, check your email, because there's a code for 25% off in your email if you're already signed up. I will say, and there's only a few available. So there's 10 of these early bird available. Actually, I think 2 people have already used it, so there's only 8 left. And then there's 10 of the newsletter one for 25% off. And if you're a supporter, so if you're a Twitch sub, a patron, or a YouTube member, if you join our Discord, there is a supporters only channel, and there is a code for 30% off. But I believe there's only 4 of those left. So that's the thing as well. Okay. Let's write a React app. So what I want to do is I want to make a little overlay. So I have this overlay right here that shows me how many members I have. So I have 401 Twitch subs, 40 YouTube members, 11 GitHub sponsors, 27 patrons. I want to make a similar overlay that can just sit in the corner that says how many tickets are left for the course and how many early bird coupons are left. So that way it's kind of like persistent advertising for the course. And it also lets you know how many seats are left and if you should decide to buy or not. Surprised it's not sold out yet? So there's a lot of factors, right? People have to be available within this time frame, and they have to be willing to spend this amount of money. So I think that it goes from a lot of people that like want to a course like this to people that can only specifically attend at this time, which is why I'm going to make it available for purchase afterwards, because all the people that couldn't specifically be there on these days. So yeah, okay. Also, you all know me. A lot of people are just finding me today from like my Twitter posts and stuff like that. So like for them, they have no idea if I'm a good teacher, if I'm worth buying a ticket for. So yeah, that's the thing. Let's make a React app, and I think we're just going to use Vite. So for the overlay, we're going to write React, and you're going to see my teaching skills. You're going to see me teach how to build a little React app here. And it's going to be super basic. Like I said, it's just going to be a little box that calls an API and then shows the number of referrals and, the number of coupons that are left and the number of tickets that are left. I have some older videos on WebSockets. Yeah, and so I eventually want to do that, iRossum. Yeah, I've been thinking about how I'm going to do that as well. Essentially, everyone that attends the course, I want I want feedback, and I want honest feedback. And at the end of the course, if you enjoyed it, I mean, I guess even if you didn't enjoy it, I want you to tweet about the experience, so that way I can save all of the tweets that people make, and those essentially will be the testimonials for next time. All right, so I'm going to use Vite to build this React app. This is next generation front-end tooling. If you're familiar with Webpack, it's very similar, but it's more modern. It's similar to Parcel. So Parcel came out a few years before Vite, and it was one of the first things that was like zero config, but Vite also is very zero config. Let's start a project with it. You can do multiple things with Vite. Specifically, our Vite setup is going to allow us to write TypeScript and write React code that can run inside of a web browser. So here we go. I run this command to create a Vite app. I'm going to call it React Roots Overlay. And then I'm going to choose React with TypeScript. So there's two options. The first option uses Rollup for bundling the app. Rollup is a module bundler. So essentially, Vite hides all the implementation details of Rollup, because typically, like, you could start an app with Rollup itself, but you'd have to do a lot of configuration. Vite has a lot of good, sensible defaults. And then if you want to add more things, it has a way of extending the configuration. SWC is Speedy Web Compiler, I think it is. And this is a newer build tool. SWC, it's written with Rust. Ultimately, the app that we're building is so simple that I actually don't have to care about which one I choose. I'm just going to choose this one because it's fast enough and we have a simple React app. But if you care about performance and like a faster development experience, you would potentially choose SWC, but you might run into issues of certain plugins not existing that do exist for Rollup. !email, you can sign up for the mailing list. "20 times faster," but our app is going to be so small and so simple, I'm not actually going to choose SWC. Okay, that scaffolded a super basic app. We're going to go in there and install dependencies. Gets your head spinning. Yeah, I think the thing is, like, I'm also trying to just like not care anymore. Like, there's so many frameworks. For good reason. I think competition is good, but at the end of the day, lately I'm trying to just choose the things that I know and build things with that. Like, not care too much about what's the latest and greatest. I mean, I say that I'm building an app with SvelteKit, but regardless. Okay, so we installed dependencies. Let's get a quick tour of the code base. So when you generate an app with Vite, you get this. You get your Vite config. That's okay. You get your Vite config, which is using this React plugin, but this is basically how Vite is able to work. There's plugins for all of the other things. There's a Svelte plugin, a Vue plugin, a Solid plugin. People create plugins that allow them to write things using this Vite tool chain. In our case, we just need the React one, so they set that up for us. And then we're going to be using TypeScript. It generated a TS config that describes all of our TypeScript settings. We're not going to have to touch either of those. They're there if we want to modify them, but we won't have to. Vite is interesting because it uses a thing called ESBuild. So if you check out ESBuild here, it uses ESBuild in development, which makes for really fast local development. Because there's a lot of things that web browsers already support, like modules. So technically, you can use modules. You can define your code in separate files. No, we're not going to config. We're just going to write some React. Excuse me. But this concept actually is not specific to React. It's not specific to all these build tools. Script type module is a browser standard, and ESBuild takes advantage of that. So when I'm running in development, ESBuild is running alongside it, and this works totally fine. But it comes across this TSX file, and it knows, hey, a web browser doesn't understand TSX. I'll show you what that means in just a second. So it needs to actually transpile it. It needs to turn that into code that the web browser understands. all of this is handled by ES-build when I'm in development. So if I do npm run build, or npm run dev, that starts up the ES-build dev server, and then I get a little Vite app, boom, it loads in the web browser. But check this out. If I look at the source of the page and we go to this file, source.main.tsx, you see a bunch of extra stuff, because essentially what's happening on the fly is ES-build, when it sees that we're trying to reference this file, it compiles it or transpiles it on the fly, which makes for a really fast experience, which is in contrast to something like Webpack, which like needs to bundle the whole thing anytime something changes. Potentially, there's like caching, there's a way to speed it up, but ES-build does all of that by default. It takes the fewest steps possible to transpile the thing to make it work in development. So you have a really quick dev experience. But let's see what code it was actually transpiling. So if we look in the source directory and we look at main.tsx, we can see our first bit of React code. So we're doing these imports here, which bring in libraries. In my course, I'm going to talk about what these imports are. But essentially, we're bringing those libraries in so that way we can use them. And then you're getting your first hint of JSX. You're seeing what looks like HTML inside of this file here. And you're also getting your first hint of TypeScript. So this little bit right here is some TypeScript code that tells the TypeScript compiler that the thing we're getting back here is this. But this will render out our app. And then if we follow the import, so one of the things we're going to cover at the beginning of the React course is modules and imports. And essentially, it's a way to separate your project into multiple files that are easier to maintain. So in this case, you can see that we're importing a CSS file. We're also importing this. So anytime you see a relative import, it corresponds to a file. So if we go to this, well, it's right here, this app.tsx. So this line of code is bringing in this code right here. This code. And so if I click on it, I can see this how this code is defined. And this is basically the code that defines this homepage here. So I just covered a lot, but basically what's happening is when I run this command, ES-build is running behind the scenes, and it's pulling all of these files in and then turning it into stuff that the browser can understand. Because, for example, like this code looks fairly clean, but when I look at it in the browser, so if we look at the source of this, there's a bunch of extra stuff here. You can see that there is no JSX. There is no HTML elements in my JavaScript code because browsers do not understand this little bit of code here. This needs to be turned into actual JavaScript. But let's write some code. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rip everything out and just show you like a basic hello world. So it comes with all of this landing page stuff by default, but I just want a super basic div that says hello world. I don't need any state for now. I don't need all of this. All of that goes away. And then this is like the React logo. I'm going to get rid of that. And then there was like a Vite logo. I'm going to get rid of that. And I think actually that Vite logo was referenced as a favicon, so I'm going to get rid of that. And in the app.css, I'm going to get rid of all the styles, no styles for now. And in the index.css, also I'm going to get rid of all the styles. So at this point, we have, this is all we get. So our entry point is here. It brings in that app component. It brings in the CSS, which right now has nothing. And then it renders this app component to the root element. I guess I didn't show you that. So in the HTML file, this div has an ID of root. This is where our React app is going to live. Right here, right here. Okay. And there we go. It just says hello world. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, so it doesn't complain that it could be null because I think because of the type assertion. So if I get rid of this, it says it's possible that it's null. This is a TypeScript thing. So basically, you're telling the TypeScript compiler that it's not null. I think the other way to do it would be that. You're like, I know that this is going to exist. But regardless. Okay. What do we want now? We want to show some data on the page. And let's also add some styles because I don't want to look at like a really white screen. So in the app.css, And actually, I'm even going to get rid of the app.css. This is going to be super basic. We're going to get rid of this, and the only one we're going to have are our global styles in our index.css. That's all we're going to need. So first of all, I'm going to target the body. I'm going to set a background of black and a color of white. And that should give us some nicer styles that don't blind us. That's great. And then let's just set the font family to sans serif. So it's a bit nicer to look at. Great, great. But what I want this to say is something like tickets, and then we say how many are left. So I think right now it's 25 out of 30. And then, yeah, we'll grab a font. Let's do that. And then early bird, there are 8 out of 10 left. Thank you for the focus mode, shake and bake. So I want my UI to display this. And we're going to get this data dynamically because I have an API deployed that has this data, so that way we can pull it in. But let's style this up. So fonts.bunny.net is nice. This is basically a replacement for Google Fonts. The other thing, though, is font source, and that will let me do an npm install. Let's actually do this. Font source. And then we need to choose a font that we're going to use. What should we choose? Does anybody have any good ideas? I mean, what's up, Bogdanovich? Welcome in. the Aladdin font. The same font as my other widget. I don't know what font I'm using. Inter? Let's look at it. Quick stretch. Nice. What about Inter Bold? That's also nice. I like it. I like it. So you can see here that they tell me how to install it. I'm going to use npm for this. So here I'll install the font. And then now that I have it, I can import it. And you'll see I import it just like I import CSS. So you can see that here we're importing that index.css. If I just do this, now we are we're importing the font CSS file that they've defined, which gives me access to it. And now I can define what the font should be over here. So now instead of just sans serif, I specify inter. And now if we look at the page, we get this nice inter font. Nice. I guess we could also do a font weight of 900. Did I do that right? I guess I could also do font style. Not font style. Font. How does CSS work? Also, I'm not getting autocomplete. I think it's because of my post CSS plugin. I'm going to disable post CSS right now. Font weight. Font weight? Font weight. This thing gets rid of all my autocomplete in CSS for whatever reason. There's probably a way to enable it, but didn't I do font weight? Maybe I spelled weight wrong. Oh, no, you know, it actually, it might be working. Let's see. I think it's working. I can't tell if it's working or not. I don't know if there's anything special I have to do to bring it in. Yeah, Vite should hot reload with CSS changes. Does it just wait? Can't be, right? I guess it doesn't matter. Variable fonts. Yeah, that's what I'm guessing. How do I import other weights? Check the documentation. I see. This is what we want. We want to bring everything in. We're going to increase our bundle size, but that's okay. Yeah, that was it. We didn't bring in the right weight. Variable full? Hey, that's it. Or not. It looks bold to me. So Google Fonts lets you do that, but I'm not using Google Fonts. I'm using Font Source, which I installed locally. Let's just try bringing in 900. So over here, we can actually do 900.css, I think. That's bold. You can't tell me that's not bold. That's bold. Cool. And then we could also, if we also bring in 400, or if we just bring in the default, now if I uncheck the weight, why does this break? Like, honestly, I don't even need to spend time on this, but it is pretty baffling. I'm not going to worry about it. This is setting the it could be overridden somewhere. It's fine. We want 900 because we want it to be bold. Actually, no, we don't. We want both. Okay, we need to get it working because we want both. So maybe we also import 400, and then let's do something like this. I will bold the current amount that are left. Give this something like left count. Target the H1? What would that do? Put it in the bold tag. We'll still use CSS for this. So basically, everything else will not be bolded, but the number left will be bolded. That's how we're going to handle this. What we should now do is in our CSS, we say what do we call it? Left count. And then that will have a font weight of 900. Otherwise, it has a font weight of 400. I heard of talent. I'm tempted to just use Google Fonts because this is not working, and I don't understand why. I mean, maybe I didn't read the docs correctly. So somebody asked that as well, Bogdanovich. I haven't thought about how we're going to do it. But I think I would like that as well. Basically, if someone wants to pay for the course but then gift it to someone who can't afford it, um, I'm open to that. I need to figure out the logistics of it. Um, but we have it in the frequent. We talked about it in the frequently asked questions. Um, so grants for tickets. I'll have to think about this off stream, and maybe I'll even reach out to Superpeer to see if there's a way to do it. Because ultimately, like I could create a coupon code that's 100% off, and then we could DM it to one specific person. But then it's just a matter of how how do I get that money? And really, that money should go through Superpeer. So yeah. Yeah, I think I'd love to do that because there was one other person that mentioned they'd like to do that. What's up, Ninja? Glad to see you. Um, I, that's an option. It just feels awkward because basically you would be giving me money that went around Superpeer, so Superpeer doesn't get the 10% cut, and then I would generate a thing for free. It feels like it might be against some terms of service. Under the table, exactly. I want to reach out to Superpeer to see if there's a legit way to do it. Okay, so here's the thing. It's enter is a variable width font, right? So you can see I have 400, and then if I choose 900, it goes bold. Buys the course and then gives the 100. Well, the tricky part is you sign up with your own email. So like they wouldn't be able to sign up with the giveaways email. Yeah. Well, they'd have to, it's not a link, it's a login. So they would have to share their login, which I don't want people to do. This font supports the variable font specification. Enter is here. Select either a stripped down weights only variant font of the font or full feature variant that contains all variable axes. Yeah, I saw it. It had weight 400, 100, 900. I'm trying to use 400 and 900, so it should be supported. Oh, do I? Oh, I have to add this. Do I have to add this? And then I'm importing all of the variables. I don't like this. I don't like this one bit. Yeah, I guess maybe I'm not understanding the Shepa thing because that's what this is saying. Alternatively, you can choose to have the default browser fonts to act as the fallback. which only affect a very small subset of users. We'll use Bunny. We'll use Bunny. Honestly, I hate that we go down these rabbit holes, but this is going to be easier because we literally just have an import. Look, I want 400 and I want 900. Please give me both. We add this import. Rabbit. It's a rabbit hole, and we're talking about Bunny. It's so true. Okay. And then let's remove fonts enter. So we're going to remove the npm install, and then we'll just have a link to the font from a CDN. Yeah, so we import, wait, bitter? Oh, I selected that font earlier. I don't want that. I want just these two. So I can import this. Like that. So now we're just bringing in 400 and 900 from this font CDN. And then the font weight here is 400. And then for this, the font weight is 900. Easy. That's literally all we need to do. Now it's broke. Watch it now. Yeah, it didn't work. Failed to load URL. Does the file exist? Oh, I just need to restart the dev server because oh. And I need to remove that import. So this import's over here. Goodbye. Goodbye. It works perfectly. Honestly, I guess, you know what it is? You know what it is? It's probably the fact that I'm using an H1. I didn't think about this, but I don't have a font reset. And I think it's setting the yeah, that was it. We knew it. Somebody might have said it. Oh. Somebody said it. That was the issue. That was the issue. Oh man. Okay. You know what we can do is we can add a reset. Back to font source. Honestly, here's the reasoning why I would prefer font source is we're not linking to a CDN. Now, fonts.bunny.net, if you read their terms, like they actually are privacy conscious. But anytime you link to a CDN, you're basically adding another download from another URL, and potentially that download could be tracking things like, if you think about Google Fonts is on so many websites, so that means that Google can actually track your browsing history, even if you're not if a page doesn't have anything else except for Google Fonts, because Google will see that that font was loaded on all these pages from that same IP address. So that's a thing. That's a thing. We're gonna add this back. I don't think I need to do anything special. I can just do this, and we're gonna install that thing one more time, and now it's gonna work perfectly. Perfect. Recently bought a Pixel. No third-party site can save me. I guess it's true. You're like locked into Google at that point. All right, let's increase the overall font size. Set the HTML font size to 32 pixels. And then the body font size is just 1 rem, which makes it 32 pixels. Okay, now that we're out of that rabbit hole, let's write some React code. So I want these values here to be dynamic. So for that, we're going to use some state. So if I do something like early bird count and set early bird count, I can use this thing called useState, which comes from React, import it from React, and I can set a default value. So in this case, I'm going to set it to 0. And then if I want to use that value, I can use the early bird count variable. So right here, I want to show that state variable early bird count. So I do single curly braces like that. And then I also want to do the same thing, but instead of early bird count, we'll say ticket count and set ticket count. And then now I can reference that ticket count right here. So by default, it's going to show 0 because this right here is the default value, or the initial, it's not the default value, the initial value of that state variable. So now if we look at it, it says 0 out of 10 and 0 out of 30. Beautiful. Now I want to set those dynamically. So we're going to make an API request. And to do that, I need a use effect, because API requests are not, they don't finish immediately. They are asynchronous. And so use effect allows us to do things that have side effects that, like when complete, could potentially update a state variable. So what we're going to do now is a use effect that will set these counts based on an API response. So here I'm going to have a little async function. And it's going to invoke itself because I want to have some async await code right here that does a fetch. So I'm going to call some API. That gives me the response. I need to await that response and then parse the response. So we get this, and I'll await parsing the response like this. And then when it's all done, we'll log out the data. Once we know what the data looks like, we'll update our state variables. The API is this. Hopefully it works. This should give me the status of my tickets. Cores. I forgot about cores. Use effect would be like something will change once I'm done. Potentially, I think, and I'm missing one thing. I am missing one thing. We pass a dependency array to the use effect. So we are basically telling React, if anything in this array changes, rerun this code. And this code, I actually only want to run when the component first mounts. Like I don't want this to run over and over again. I mean, technically I do because I want it to have the latest value, but that'll be something completely different. I don't want to run this code every time my component changes. So by passing an empty array right here, I'm telling React that this code should run once and then never again because there are no dependencies on it. Now, what you could do is you pass a dependency. So I could pass something like this, and this says if ticket count ever changes, rerun this code. But I don't want that. I want this. Now, there is one caveat. If you look at our main.tsx, we are in strict mode, and this is only happens in development when we're in when we build this for production. That gets stripped away. But what you'll notice is this actually runs twice instead of running once, and that is just the state of things in React. So if I just log right here, component mounted, we're actually going to see this log twice. Why is this complaining? Oh, this is why I use semicolons. Look at this. I have an iffy on the next line. JavaScript doesn't know what to do unless I have a semicolon. So you can see that component mounted runs twice, but that's because we're in development. When we build this for production, we won't run twice. Okay, give me a second. I need to add cores headers to my API. Uh, uh, I've seen people that don't use semicolon start lines with a semicolon. It's actually hilarious because that's literally what they're trying to get around. They're like, oh, well, I know the previous line won't work, so I'm going to put a semicolon on the next line instead of the line where it actually goes. Some people. But yeah, I get what you're saying. All right, moment of truth. I redeployed. I set the course header. There it is. Okay. Again? Better. Okay. I really don't like that it's running twice. It's running twice because of strict mode. Honestly, I'm actually going to disable strict mode. So in a real world production app, you want strict mode because it gives you better errors. It prevents you from doing things that could result in bugs in React, but this is a super basic page. I don't need this, and I don't want my API request to run twice. So I'm going to comment that out. Hard refresh of the page. We see it logs once. We can see that there are 7 early bird tickets left. Or sorry, early bird coupons left, and I've sold 6 tickets. Somebody bought one. Thank you. Thank you, whoever you were. But now I want to take this data and I want to put it into my page. So for that, we can use these set functions. So now that I know what the data looks like, so I have json.earlybird left and tickets left, I can use those 2 values to update my state. So right here, I can say set early bird count to JSON dot early bird left, early bird right, and then also set ticket count to be JSON dot tickets left, like that. And that should do it. Now we have some real time data. So there are 7 early bird coupons left and 24 tickets left for the course. All right, let's work on styling, and then I'll add it as an overlay. Let's add some icons. I'm gonna look at, not feathers.js, there's feather icons. And we get a ticket? Do we get coupon? A bookmark? Yeah, so that's the other thing to note, right? Like right now, that data is static. The moment the page loads, it's stuck there. It's not going to be updating. So really what I need to do is I need to get the latest data at a certain interval. So yeah, I'm going to look at tabular icons really quick. Is it tabular.io? Why are there so many websites that are called tabular? This is the one I was familiar with. Yeah, ticket. That's what I want. Can I just, yeah, I'm going to copy the SVG. Easy, easy. Let's learn about components. So what I could do is I could paste this SVG right there. I need to update class to be class name. And then this should just work. Look at that. We got a nice little ticket. But this code can start to get messy. I think at this point, I probably want to use something like prettier to format the document like this. But also, instead of having this in line, we could define it in a separate file. So I'm going to do just that. I am going to, and before I do that, we'll define it in the same file. So you can see here we've been working with this app component. I'm going to create a new component called ticket icon. And it's very simple. It just returns that SVG. So quick stretch. Yeah, some people registered. They didn't use the early bird. They potentially used the supporter code or the newsletter code. And one person, I don't know why, they didn't use a coupon code at all. Maybe they just wanted to give me more money. I feel like I was pretty clear about what coupons were available. So let's take that SVG. Let's put it here. I'll format the document again. And now if I want to use this component down here, I just reference it like it's an HTML element. So right here, I can say ticket icon like that. And I've essentially extracted that code into a reusable function. So I can put it in both places. And now I haven't repeated myself with that SVG. That icon will show up on both, which is cool. Let's see if they have like a coupon icon though. Coupon? Gift card. Ooh, I like that. So I don't want to have the ticket icon twice. I want another one. I want this to be called gift icon. Shift Option F. Nice. Nice. But now that I have this component, we'll use that right here, the gift icon. And it's coming along. It's looking good. It's looking good. It would appear so, Damon. Honestly, that's a good way to get people to sub. But yeah, that's one way to think about it. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Is it $50 off? What's but there's no, but the thing is there's only, the thing is I actually probably want to show don't listen to that advice just yet, because yeah, so 150 times 27, you're saving $45. But I guess I'll also show the number of supporter coupons left. But there's only 4. I think there's only 4 of them left right now. Once they're gone, they're gone. Rethinking life's decision. Honestly, let me add that data to my API, so you all can make an informed decision on whether or not you wanna sub on Twitch. Give me one moment. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways to refactor this, but we could have an icon component where we pass in which icon, the name of the icon that we want, and then it automatically renders out. Let's do that refactor. That would be a good refactor. We'll do that. Give me a second. Yeah, SQL Gordster, that's the way to go. Basically, you refactor it into a reusable component. I've worked in code bases that have an icon component like that, which and also you might have installed an icon library that does something similar. I haven't worked with Angular in a while. I mainly do React, Vue, Svelte. Excuse me. I worked with Refine? I haven't heard of that. I have to do Angular someday. What if you like it? Oh, it's fine. It's a lot. It's a lot. I say it's a lot. It's really is more of an enterprise framework. It's like for um, larger code bases with a lot of testing and a lot of developers working on it. It's really good for that. Too enterprisey. Yeah, and I think like a lot of people hate on it because of RxJS. Um, I feel like you can work in Angular without RxJS though, can't you? For whatever reason, they decided to like a lot of the docs use RxJS and stuff. But I think you technically don't need observables or like is that what they're called? You don't need streams of observables to work in Angular. You can work without them. Um, theoretically, theoretically. Um, but from the complaints I've heard of from people online about Angular, that's one of the things they don't seem to like. Man, um, this is this is a thing. Oh, days. Yeah, okay. Days left till the course. I like that. I'll add that in the widget. Yeah, so I talked about it a little bit earlier. Like, if they're okay with watching the VODs after the time that they happen. So if you go to the site reactroots.com and then you scroll down to the live streams, you'll see the time that and day that every live stream is happening. If someone can't attend at that time, but they still want to be a part of the course and they're okay with watching the VOD like a few hours later, sure, you can sign up. The other issue is I'm in my time zone, so I've set aside hours of the day where I'm going to be answering questions in the Discord about exercises or about the lesson itself. So if you need help, it's possible that you'll have to wait longer if you're not there in the time that I typically will be on the Discord to answer questions. So with those two caveats, yes, you could technically sign up for the course and then watch the VODs later. But I think the one thing you're losing out on is the potential to not get immediate help for the things that you need help with. Um, yeah, the API is down. Mm. Yeah, what's up, Refod? Yeah, I'm doing a live course starting April 10th. So if you go to reactroots.com, you can learn more about it. But yeah, it is not pre-recorded video. It's basically like a remote classroom. No, there's no Next.js. It's all about the basics of React.
Coding Cheer 1000.
Refat, thank you for the bits. Appreciate you. Um, Man, this is just the API isn't working out like I wanted it to. Yeah, go for it, Kuwashak, and welcome in. Yeah, it really depends on the app that you're making. Because if you do one big app state that is shared everywhere, and you're just using plain old use state in React, you could run into performance issues. It depends on what you're doing, but the issue is if the state changes anywhere in your app, it's possible if you've set it up that way, everywhere re-renders anytime the state changes. Um, and there are libraries that'll help prevent that from happening, like Jotai or Zustand. Um, and if you use the context API, um, that is a little bit better because you can specifically choose the places that you import the state from the context API. But I believe by default with the context API, any component that imports that state is going to re-render. Yeah. Zustand. All right, everything's breaking, and this is really unfortunate. uh, No, I don't need help on it. It's more so an issue with using an API that I thought would be available. Would I prefer Redux over the Context API? It honestly depends on the size of an app. I would say for smaller, like medium-sized app, Context API seems fine, but once your app gets bigger, it, like I guess technically you can use. I believe you can use the Redux dev tools with the Context API, but you you get more potentially more developer tooling with Redux. Um, so yeah, yeah, yep. Um, from what I've seen, like I think Jotai makes sense for like little bits of state that you want to use around. Like Zustand seems like an easier like direct replacement for the Context API, in my experience. And what's up, Shadow Dev? Welcome in. All right, we might be at a point where I actually can't use this API, so our app is broken. I guess what we could do is just mock the API. You migrated from Redux to Jotai. How did it go? So it works perfectly. Okay. Um, I guess the Jotai is less I guess Redux isn't technically opinionated, but if you're doing it like the real Redux way, then you have a lot of like action names and action creators and reducers and all that stuff. Whereas like with Jotai, you don't necessarily have to use a reducer or like action types and action names. Yeah. At work, we have a React app with 32 lines of code, and we use the Context API. Yeah, so you could do it. I guess the only point I'm making is that you potentially have more opinions if you're using Redux. Like there are more opinions around using Redux versus the Context API, where you can literally do anything that you want. Um, and I think potentially the main issue with the Context API is you can't uh, select a specific part of your state and control re-renders with that. It's my understanding with the context API, anywhere you're importing that context in, if the state of that provider changes, that component will re-render. But you may not have to care about that. Like you may not have that much issues. When the app gets bigger, you probably have more opinions in your code base, more standards. Yeah. Yeah. I said that more so I can say that it's a headache to use. So the context API in a 32,000 line code base is a headache. Yeah. The other issue I have is how to organize all the states. Are there some strategies, opinionated ways? Yeah, if you just pull up the README for Jotai or Zustand, you can see how they talk about organizing your state and your code. Yeah, and I guess that's the other point. Stas makes a good point. These days, if your React app is just making a bunch of API requests, something like Tanstack query, which used to be called React query, handles all of the state management for you. So you hardly need something like Redux or Context API because Tanstack gives you like cached data that's shared between components. It does automatic retries of requests. All the things you normally have to code up manually, Tanstack query does it, and then you don't really have like most of your state is coming from an API anyway. So yeah, that's the thing. That was my understanding. Preact signals are basically how you get signals in React right now. Okay. Why me? Why is it this way? Uh Yeah, this ain't gonna work. I'm just gonna mock out the API for now, and then I'll have to work on getting real data after the stream. Why me? Okay, sorry for all not being able to see my screen, but I updated the API so that it's going to return data to look like this. It's broken right now, but we're just going to mock it out using this API data. So basically, the API is going to respond with a coupons object that lists all the possible coupons, how many have been used, and how many there are total, and then we can actually use that in our UI. So to mock it out, we'll just do this. So instead of actually making a fetch request, um, we're gonna, and instead of having multiple state variables, I'm actually gonna have a, um, let's just call this course stats and set course stats. So both of these will default to, well, no, just one state variable. It's going to default to API data. And then here, eventually, whenever we have the API, we'll say set course stats with the JSON data. But for now, it's a little bit broken. Cool. But for now, we have that mock data, so let's actually use it. So right here, I can say this will be course stats dot coupons dot early bird dot left or used. Oh no, I don't want used. I want number of left. So actually, I'd have to calculate that. So it's going to be total minus used. So I'll say course stats dot coupons dot early bird dot total minus used, and then over here, instead of hard coding 10, I can specify the total right here. So I can say course stats dot coupons dot early bird dot total, like that. And then down here, this will be course stats dot tickets. Cool. All right, let's see if this works. And now it's complaining about my SVG. Yeah, so both of my SVGs are using dash case because I copy pasted it, but technically with React, we actually want to do this. I don't know why it's just now complaining about that. And then stroke width is also wrong. So yeah, this needs to be camel cased. Great. Yeah. Is it worth it if we are not able to attend live and be much more active on the Discord? It's really up to you to decide. So the times for the courses, so basically the time that the live stream starts, and then if you look in the description, I specify what time I'm going to be active in the Discord answering questions. Just know that if you can't attend the live sessions and you're not in the Discord between these hours, you might have to wait until the next day to get answers to your questions. That's the only thing to consider. And if you're okay with that, you can sign up, but I'm being very clear about the times when I will be answering questions in the Discord. So that way, I won't be expected to be up in the middle, like at 2 a.m. my time to answer your questions. It's going to be specifically be around this time zone. Kuashak is saying, I have the impression that there are a lot of libraries and solutions that can be useful when working with React, which I have no idea exist. You are absolutely right. It's one of the really nice things about the React ecosystem. It's also one of the things that is kind of overwhelming because for every possible thing, there's like several different libraries and implementations of that thing. But yeah. All right, let's do some refactoring on my component here. I will say in the React Roots course, I don't really have any lessons on like refactoring in this way. I do think this is a bit more of an advanced topic because you can dive pretty deep on it. But the first refactor I'm going to make, which honestly is pretty simple on the surface level, is instead of having two components, gift icon and ticket icon, I'm going to have a single component called icon that returns the correct icon depending on what you pass in. So let's see that. And honestly, if you're completely new to React, this will be your first experience seeing a thing known as props. So let's say I define a component called icon, and it's going to take in the name. Yeah, the icon name. And here we'll just have we'll say if the name is equal to ticket, show the ticket icon, otherwise show, or if it's equal to gift, show the gift icon. But let's talk about props and prop types really quick. So what I want to be able to do is now, instead of directly accessing the gift icon, I want to say specify an icon, and then the name is going to be gift, like this. This is how I want to use this. And what I need to do is I need to specify what these props look like, because right now it's basically saying it's the any type. Over here, it's mentioning that I'm not returning anything. So what we want to do is we want to describe what these props look like. So I'm going to create an interface called icon props. And now we're in TypeScript land. This code that I'm writing here is not React. This is TypeScript, but we're going to use it in combination with our React. So I can say that name can have two different options. Your options are gift, the gift icon, or ticket. Quick stretch. In TypeScript, this is known as a union type. So basically, name can only be one of two things. It can either be gift or it can either be ticket. But now that I've described that, I can tell TypeScript that these props are going to be of that type. And so now when I hover over name, I've told it this will only ever be gift, or this will only ever be ticket. What's up, Codex? Welcome in. And so now I can use that. So I can say if name is equal to gift, and you can see this is where TypeScript really starts to help me out, because I told it name can only be those two things. The editor is like, hey, these are your two options. So if it's gift, I'm going to return an instance of the gift icon like that. And then if it is ticket, I'm going to return an instance of the ticket icon like that. And if it's nothing, I'm just going to return nothing. So if you pass in, so TypeScript's going to stop us from passing any name that isn't specified here. But for whatever reason, if someone does that, we just give back null. We give back nothing. So now we can use this, and I'll just show it again because I'll show TypeScript in action. So I specify the icon. First of all, TypeScript's going to yell at me because it's like, hey, we said there would be a name prop, but you haven't specified it. So we said there would be one, but you haven't specified it. So we need to specify it. And then when I go to specify it, my editor helps me. It's like, this can either be a gift or a ticket icon. So this should be the gift icon. And then over here, this icon will have a name of ticket. So I've essentially I've refactored the separate components into a single component, but now that's really, really nice to use throughout my code base, right? Because now anywhere in my code base I want to use an icon, I only have to import this one. and then I can just specify which one I want. So the it should still work, like, right? It's the same thing. We've just done a little refactoring, but now we have a way of pulling in different icons. Cool. The other thing I'm going to do is pull this into separate files because you can see that this file is starting to get really long and messy, right? I have all of these components defined in this single file. React does not care where you put your files. It's really up to you. It's really up to you and your JavaScript or your TypeScript code base. So what I'll do is let's actually create a folder called components. And inside of that, I'll create a folder called icons. And then inside of icons, I'll create one called gift icon.tsx. And then I can take my gift icon, which is here, and specify it in this file. So now this has the gift icon, but I put it in a separate file, but now this file needs to make it available to the outside world. And so for that, we use export default. Now, this export default, this is not React, not TypeScript, this is JavaScript. So this is ECMAScript modules that says this should be exported whenever we import it. So that's exported there. And then let's also create a file for ticket icon.tsx. And that will be this thing. And in ticket icon, we'll export default that. So now we've exported that. Great. Next step is I want to put this into its own file called icon. And I'm just going to put that in the components folder. So in here, I'll have an icon.tsx. And it will define this, and it will export this icon. But now, this file needs access to gift icon and ticket icon, so I import them. So I define them there, now I can import them. So TypeScript will actually help us here. If I do command period or control period, it can automatically figure out what I'm trying to import. And you can say, it's like, oh, I found it, it's over here. So if I do that, it automatically imports it. And then if I command period here, again, it'll import that. So now I have the icon component, which brings in the gift icon and the ticket icon. But now we should have another error over here because this file doesn't know about the icon component. And so over here, I need to add the import for the icon component. And then again, my code base should be working again. You'll see the UI hasn't changed. At this point, I've just restructured how I'm pulling files in and how I'm defining them. And ultimately, this really has nothing to do with React. This is just how you compose a code base and break a code base apart with ECMAScript modules, with JavaScript modules. So we have our main app component. We now have that icon component. We have all of these components like the gift icon and the ticket icon. And it's really up to you how you break them apart and where you specify or where you define them. Cool. Now I'm actually going to do another refactor. So you'll see in the API data, we have early bird, we have supporter, and we have newsletter. And all of them have a similar structure, right? They have a used prop and a property and a total property. I could copy paste this code, right? I could say early bird, supporter, and then newsletter. I could do that, but now I need to go in and I need to update each specific one to reference the right object. This is another use case for a potential component refactor, right? Like this is like my little reusable coupon info. So let's make it. We have a function called coupon info. It's going to take in that info and it's going to return something that looks like this. But now right here, I can just do info.total, info.used, and info.total. And let's say we also specify what we want the label to be. So let's actually pass that in as another prop called label, and then we can specify that label right here. So now, again, with TypeScript, we're going to define what those two things are. So we'll have an interface. We'll call it coupon info props. We can define info as an object that has a used property that's a number and a total property that is a number. And then label is just a string. And then I can say, hey, those two things, they're actually of this type right here. Great. So now we can use this coupon info component multiple times. So right here, and Floos, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Right here, instead of having to do all this manual code, we can literally just say, we want a coupon info. The label is going to be supporter, or let's say early bird. And then we can just pass in this as the info. So we'll say info equals this. Great. But now that I have that, I can reuse it multiple times. So we've got a coupon info with early bird, a coupon info for the supporters, and a coupon info for the newsletter. So this label will be newsletter. This one will be supporter. And then we can pass in the corresponding thing. So that one gets supporter, and then that one gets newsletter. Ooh. And so now all of that logic has been extracted out into this reusable component where I pass that info in. Again, should look the same, but now you can see that there are 10 early bird coupons available, and I actually don't think this is used. I'll have to update, but if it is used, then our logic is right there. That these are the number available, and then these are the number. Oh, sorry, these are the number available, and this is the total amount. These numbers aren't right. This is because it's a fake API info right now. I'm gonna update it to be real later on. All right, let's add one more icon next to each of these to like differentiate them. So I want to find like a bird icon, if they have it, for early bird. Early bird gets the worm. Feather, sure. And then let's add some more icons. So I want another one called feather icon. Quick stretch. Export default feather icon. It's a nice little function, returns that SVG. I have to put the word function. Register early burp. We need to update all of these to be React compatible. So now we have a feather icon, and we'll use that in this component. So we're going to add to our union type here. You also have the option for feather. And if it is a feather, we'll grab the feather icon like that. And then let's also pass another prop in here. Let's call it icon, which will be a string. Well, actually, it won't be a string. We can actually say icon props dot name or something like that. Well, basically, we want access to this. So I'm going to export it so that way we can use it. So that way I can get access to this type without redefining it. So icon props. I might have to do this, yeah. The syntax is a little bit different, but basically that now I didn't have to specify a gift, ticket, or feather again. I can just use it there. But now we'll specify icon, and next to the gift icon, we'll put this one, but we'll specify the name. Use the enum. Yeah, you're right. Technically, we could extract this into an enum. It's probably a better way to go. Then we're getting into some serious types, though. Icon names. And then something like this. How doesn't... Oh, you need the equal sign, don't you? And then commas instead. Cool. So we have icon names, and then over here we could do something like Kiev. Type of? Yes. And then now that we have this enum, the thing is, I don't even know if I would. So in the course, I don't even know if I would get into this because we're getting into way too much TypeScript at this point. I think, I think because at this point now we can say like icon names. We'll import it in, and now it's nice because we can do icon names, type of icon names like that. Like that. But it's fine. It's fine. Any reason for using an enum versus an object? So in TypeScript, when you define an enum, it becomes an object and an interface. I haven't gotten into the specifics of TypeScript today, but the thing to think about with TypeScript is every type that you define, for the most part, just gets removed. It gets removed at build time. So like this interface that goes away. Like JavaScript doesn't actually need that, but an enum will actually get turned into a JavaScript object called icon names. That looks exactly like the code here. Like basically, when TypeScript gets compiled, it's going to generate this that doesn't get stripped away. So that's you get the best of both worlds. Oh, as const? Yeah, I think we're just getting too specific about TypeScript. Yeah, yes, you could. You could say like this. But what's the benefit of this? It seems like more code. Yeah, and then over here I would have had to import the type icon names. Yeah. I might be doing it wrong, but to me the enum makes sense, especially for the reason that I can access it elsewhere. So let me show in just a second how we would access that. I guess the other thing is now instead of saying well, yeah, I guess down here. So like instead of saying name equals ticket, now we can use that enum icon names dot ticket like that. A small lesson in how to do the same thing in several ways. Yeah, but also I couldn't figure out how to get it working with as const. There's a way, but it's not important. What's important is the React code. Now, TypeScript is yelling at me because I told it we need to specify the icon. And here, for early bird, the icon is icon names dot feather. So that's feather. I'm just gonna so TypeScript is happy. I'm gonna specify this for all the others, but then we're gonna go find other icons for the other two. I guess we could go ahead and define those. Like we're hopefully we find a news icon. And hopefully we find a support icon. So we'll just use those here. News and support. All right. News. that one. Let's go make ourselves a component. We want a news icon. And hello, I can't read your name. I guess I'll go out of focus mode. IJBL, glad to see you. Thank you for being here. Cool. So we have the news icon, and then we need to handle it over here. So if the name is news, then we return a news icon, which we import. And then let's go grab a support. Heart handshake. I like that one. We'll grab another one. Support icon. The if could use the enum. You're totally right. Yeah. I'll show you what's cool though is like the nice thing about TypeScript is even though I'm not using the enum, it's still checking the string that I'm passing in, but you're totally right. Let me show that. Here. Yeah. So instead of putting the string, I could actually say icon names dot gift like that. But what's nice is because I said name needed to be of that type, if I try to type something that is not in the enum, this actually yells at me. So that is nice that you can use either the string or the enum, and TypeScript is going to help you out. Dig it. But coming from having written tons and tons of JavaScript code bases where I potentially didn't have this safety, I don't like strings. Even though like technically TypeScript is helping us and the string is fine, I actually prefer to refer to things by using their enum. It's a little bit more verbose, but it just feels better than putting a string in. I don't know. That's just me. Yeah, we could do a switch statement. A lot of ways to skin it. We're just gonna go and do this though. Honestly, this is like a really good basis for a lesson on extracting and reusing components. Honestly, I would something like this. I think well, not that. I don't want that. I want a support icon. Something like this might be in a more I feel a more intermediate React course. Like if you're just starting with React, this amount of refactoring and extracting into components can actually be very confusing. And I recommend as a React beginner, you just put everything in one file. Everything in one file until you really get a good feeling for how all of this stuff works, because otherwise there's a ton of indirection and a ton of stuff you have to keep in your head, right? Like we're importing all these different things, and it's a lot harder as a beginner. So I'm showing this, but I would even call this intermediate React, because there's a whole lot of separate components and refactoring going on. Let's pull this into that said, let's pull this into another component. Over here, we'll have the coupon info component. Yeah, and I think that's the other thing is, like, a lot of people have different opinions about where you should start when you're teaching anything, right? So, like, let's say you're teaching, I don't know, let's say you're teaching React. I believe before someone starts writing React, this. I believe before someone starts writing React, they should know about the DOM. They should know how to write a web page without React, I think. Because at the end of the day, when you need to debug, You're going to have to know about the DOM. You're going to have to know about what React is actually doing under the hood to really be able to debug something. Because if you never learn about the DOM, the document object model, if you never learn about like get element by ID or create element or setting props on elements and stuff like that, you don't really know what's happening when you write code like this. So I am of the opinion that there are certain things you absolutely should have a good grasp on before diving into another topic. And along those lines, I think you should do it the harder way. Have everything in a 1,000-line file to realize that you need to start splitting it up into separate files. Yeah, it helps answer the why. Some people would argue you don't need that. You just start teaching someone React immediately, and then eventually we can start to talk about the why or the how. I kind of disagree, but it's a fine line. It's a fine line. Cool. All right, now this should be broken, but then we should be able to import it over here. All right, all of that. So that way we get some nice icons. So the early bird, the newsletter, and the supporter. You accidentally created a React-like pseudo framework. Yeah, I mean, and honestly, that ends up happening, right? Like if you've only ever written vanilla JavaScript and vanilla DOM code, eventually, once you learn about like code architecture and code structure, you start to build the things that already exist out there. you write a function for creating a new element, and you write a function that makes it easier to like set props, and eventually you've created jQuery, right? Okay, let's add some more styles. So this container, I want to be a flexbox so that they're vertically centered. So we are going to write Tailwind from scratch. Are you ready? We're going to create a flex class that does display flex, and then align items center and justify content center. You should know this is it. That's the only thing that we've defined. But now I can put that class right here, and it should, yeah. So it centered it like that. I actually don't want that one. Yeah, I just want vertical centering. And then we can also put some spacing between these things. So after the icons, actually, I think we'll put we'll take the label and put this in a span so we can give it a class with a little bit of margin. So here, let's put it in a span. And we'll give this a class of label. Now you have dogma and dichotomy causing expressive hate and gatekeeping. Oh, I see. I missed your earlier messages. I missed the days of jQuery. Way less drama. We were all on board because browsers were too inconsistent, right? I mean, it's like jQuery was the savior of everything. We were just happy to at least have that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Now this label class is just gonna have some margin left and right of 1 rem. Let's see what happens. That's too much. 0.25 rem. That's better. Let's also use this class over here. So this, honestly, I could have refactored this bottom one into that reusable component, but I'm not going to. Just to make everything line up, let's put like a $sign icon next to the tickets. That's awesome, Murdoch. You know, the vision that I had for React roots was the actual React icon made out of roots. But that looks really cool. I like it. Money. Is that Cash App? I don't want Cash App. Currency dollar. Honestly, is there like a count? Mm. Should I look at TypeScript while learning JavaScript? Keep seeing that it's better for having less problems, something like that, but I'm a noob. I would say you need to have a good grasp of JavaScript before you jump into TypeScript. Because there are things you will come across in TypeScript that are actually JavaScript problems, not TypeScript problems. And you need to be able to differentiate the two. But I would say if you have like at least a month or two of JavaScript experience, you can start to look into TypeScript. The other thing though is now that you're looking into TypeScript, you need to start looking into a build process, because now if you're writing TypeScript, it needs to be converted into JavaScript before it can run in a browser or run on a backend. So choosing TypeScript makes your development experience more complex than had you not chosen it. But once you start using it and getting used to it, it's good. It's ultimately good. Yeah, it does. I think it's a little too many, but I like it. Yeah. Or use Dino, because then there's no build or Bun. It's all a thing. Help me out? What is another icon I can put beside this ticket to represent like number of tickets that are left? People? I like that. I like a seat or people. A chair. I'm going with a chair. And look at us. We're creating our own little icon. The thing is, at this point, if this were a real code base, I actually would have installed this package. So this package is called Tabular Icons for React. Let me just show it to you, because ultimately I wanted to demonstrate refactoring and creating my own components. But in the real world, I would just install this library, and they literally have all of the icons I can import in React. But this is mostly for demonstration purposes. Two tickets? I'm not sure, Smiley. It might. Chair icon. That's not the correct number. There's at a max 24 tickets left. Yes. I'll let you know the real number in just a second. It is stubbed data because my API broke. Got the chair icon, and now we make the chair icon available by adding it to the enum. And then if there is a chair icon, honestly, I think a switch statement could help me here with TypeScript, because then if I don't specify one of them, then TypeScript would yell at me. Doesn't matter. I don't care right now. And then to the left of the ticket, we have the icons dot chair. Yeah, it's fine. I don't care. Look at that. It's looking good. It's looking good. All right. Now let's style. Um, let's style the number to the left of the slash because there's like no space around it, and there should be a space. I don't know if that's as easy as yeah. Actually, I'm gonna do this. You can see in JSX if I want a space, I actually put it in between curly braces. Um, shouldn't that be it? Why is it getting rid of that space? No. where where did the space go? I have to use the HTML entity? Uh is that even right? Nice. How does the HTML entity work? Is it ampersand? Nice. All right, I'll use that. Should I extract this into a component? We could have a space component like that. Let's do it because it feels real silly. So in my components folder, we're gonna have a space component, and then export default function space. Prefer to use like a template literal. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to go about it. Yeah, that's what I want. I'm getting paid by number of lines of code. So now I have this nice little space component, and I can put a space anywhere. So now on the coupon info, everywhere I got a space, um, I can use it. Um, that really broke it. Looks good. Looks good though. Um, how am I? Do I need to put it in a span, or do I need like? I guess I need to escape it. Oh, I'm missing the semicolon. I'm missing the semicolon. There we go. Refactor successful. Cool. All right. Let's move everything to the bottom left and give it a background. Um, so this div that wraps this whole thing, I'm gonna give it a class of wrapper. And now in my styles, my body, we're actually gonna set these styles on the wrapper. And the background, I'm actually going to do RGBA so that it's a little bit see-through because I'm going to use this as an overlay. So do like 0.8. Now I've got this. Let's give the wrapper how do I make it not full width? Like that. Let's give it a border radius of 10 pixels. More. 25 pixels. Nice. Let's give it some padding. That's too much. Okay. We should center everything. And flex column. Flex column. Flex direction, thank you. Nice. And we'll do inline flex. Like that. Beautiful. There's a lot of spacing between them. We'll get rid of that too. And then the body, I'm actually gonna make the wrapper position fixed, and I want it at the bottom of the page. So let's do bottom 1 rem, left 1 rem, like that. Beautiful. I have to get rid of the inline block display. Oh, yeah, we overrode it. 2 displays in the yeah, you're right. I got rid of it. The second one technically overrode it. All right, what's up with all this spacing? I guess because it is because we're centering everything. I don't want justify content. I want align item center because I want horizontal. I want horizontal centering, but not vertical centering. Justify content flex start. Oh, you know what? It might wait. What is this extra space? Yeah, okay. Paragraph tags have automatic margin if you don't reset them. So I'm gonna get rid of that. Margin 0. Nice. Nice. That's looking good. I guess technically I don't even want to do any centering then. I like left alignment. Or do I? Yeah, we could do a reset. I'm not going to though. Or don't use p tags. Yeah, I basically I need an entire reset here. Should I center it? What do you think? Center or no center? Not centered. Left is better. Ooh. Let's also make these the coupon info. We'll give it a class of coupon, and I'm gonna lower the text a little bit on the coupons. Not as important as number of tickets. Align the numbers? I mean, could. I like put them on the right so they're all lined up. But I'm gonna give this a font size of 0.75 rem. So that way the coupons are a little bit smaller than the tickets. So this whole thing is a flex box. The main issue is if I want to push this to the right and this to the left, then I need to wrap both of those. Hey, you're right. We're basically with a table. I could put it all on the right. Well, the issue is this is not a 2-digit number, so it's not going to line up with these other ones. I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it the way it is. What if I just do that? What's up, Coney? I'm using Visual Studio Code. If you do ! theme, it has the info about the color theme that I'm using. If number is greater than or equal to 10, add a space. People are going to be triggered by the non-aligned numbers, aren't you? All right, I'll do it, but let's look at what let's see what we're looking at here. So this whole thing is a flex box. I want this to be on the left and then this to be on the right. So if I put a span here and we put these, well, no, then I need to make that a flex. Okay, check it. Now this needs, make it a div, and this is a flex. Flex inside flex. So that way that's vertically aligned. And then we don't need the space anymore. And then we want to push this to the right. So we'll also put this in a div. That is a flex. And now we want to push these two things. So this one goes to the left, this one goes to the right. And so we'll call this space apart. Space between? Space between. And so, first of all, let's make sure it still looks okay. But now if we do a space between class with justified content space between, it pushes them. Nice. Except this one isn't lined up, right? Refactor the flex div? We could put a 0 in front of it. We also could put one more space on the other side of it. Would that fix it? The thing is, it's not a monospaced font. What if we put an invisible 0? We put an invisible 1. So, let's see. If total is less than 10, then I want a span with a 1 inside of it. Otherwise, nothing. And then we give this a class of hidden. Pads. Well, I don't want to put a 0 in front of it. Oh, you're right. I could pad it with a 0. I don't know. There's a lot of ways to go about this. If this works, I'm going to do it because it seems the hackiest. Visibility hidden. Nice. Well, now, wait. Ta-da! I like it. Right? Right? It's a line now because there's an invisible 1 right there. Easy. It did 51. That's fine. That's fine. Because I want the slashes to be aligned. I don't want the. No, it is. The slashes are aligned. Are we saying we want the numbers aligned? I see what you're saying. We can put it in front. If we put it in front, then that looks ugly to me. Because now there's an extra space. Right? I think arguably this is better. This is better. All right, let's add a little bit of color. And call it a day. Yuck. I want a nice Is this Coding Garden Green? This is Coding Garden Green. No, I don't think I need that. Is it left or take? It's the number left. The number left. And again, these numbers are wrong. These numbers are wrong. But is the number remaining? That's cool. When it got bigger, they're still lined up. Uh, do I? Yeah, maybe I put it real small. Where do I put? Where do I say it's just the number remaining? I'll tell you, it's not that close. I mean, it's gonna. I feel like it's gonna take a while for people. The um um this price point doesn't work for everyone, and the dates need to line up with where people are in their learning journey. I honestly don't know if I'll sell out. Don't know, but I will tell you the stats right now. Um, there are 7 registered for the course, so that means there are 23 seats left. I'll go ahead and update the object to be accurate. There's 23 tickets left. And then for the codes, there are 6 early bird left. Used 4. Supporter, there's 1, and the newsletter, there's only 1. These numbers are accurate. So there are 23 tickets left for sale, 4 supporter codes that can be used, 9 newsletter codes that can be used, and 6 early bird codes that can be used. Honestly, I think you're right, Josh. Do I need to? Yeah. Do I even need to say how many are remaining? You're right. You're right. Well, telling them the number left also informs them that if you want to use the code, you got to use it now. Let's just see what that looks like. Well, yeah, well, like Codex is saying, it's kind of is a call to action because it's like things are limited. But let's see. Now the total doesn't make any sense. Like all that work we did. So what if I say left? Okay, I like where you're at, where you're going with this, Josh. So like number of tickets, because the other thing is this tells people that it is a limited course. Only 30 tickets can be bought, and then for the coupons, that just tells you how many are left. Do What do you all think of that? Why is there like an extra space? Better. Okay, I don't need this space anymore now. Alignment achieved. All right, one more little thing is something like days until course start, something like that. And then let's grab another icon. Calendar. Countdown. Days counter? Sure. Schedule? Days counter. If there's any type of code left, does it disappear? I like that. We'll just add that logic in. That's easy enough. Basically, if the count is 0, then don't render the thing at all. See you later, Origin. Leave it at 0 for marketing? But how does that... I feel like if it's sold out, then I don't need to advertise it anymore, right? Or would I keep advertising it? All right, now we have another icon. It shows how cool I am, I guess so. So on the icon names, we now need days count. Is that what it's called? Days counter. I'm gonna rename it to days counter icon. I like that idea. Build excitement. All right, what are we complaining about? Failed to resolve days counter. How about now? There we go. I'm gonna put this at the bottom. And I'm going to center it. Yeah. I'll make the decision, I think. So I still need to make a YouTube video advertising this. And it's possible when I do that, it'll sell out quicker or like more people will know about it. And what's up, Yasir? We're making this overlay because I launched a course. Is that what I want? Did that do anything? It sells out immediately. I don't know. At the same time, like I feel like today was a bit um we went down some rabbit holes, but at the same time, I feel like for some people, if that haven't seen me teach before, I'm at least demonstrating um, how I teach. I will say that this a lot of the stuff that I did today is that like the way that I wrote it is a bit more advanced than what I'm going to teach in the course. So like, don't let that scare you away. So my viewer base has shifted. I feel like especially lately because I'm doing like the Svelte kit stuff and I'm like diving deeper into like a more complex code base. A lot less beginners tune in for those things. I used to do a lot of beginner related content, so it depends. A fake advanced program. The days remaining counter. Days till start. No, and I think as advertisement leading up to the course, I am going to do more beginner related content. I like. I will say like, um, I feel like for like a lot of React developers, honestly, just for a lot of developers, you get into this space of like engineering for engineering's sake, right? Like it feels good to have all these like tiny little components, and it feels good to have like a really cool way of using TypeScript, but sometimes it's over engineering, and that also does scare away beginners, the over engineering aspect of it, because like it doesn't have to be this complex. I made this more complex. It's potentially more maintainable, but at the same time, this is like a code base that doesn't really need to be that maintained. I don't know. Yeah, let's count the number of days. Let's calculate that. So we'll have course start is a new date. How do dates work? Year, month index, which is 0 index, date, hour, minute. It does. It does take. I mean, yeah, you're right. Technically, I could have passed in a string, but this is the normal way to construct a date. No, this is gonna be easy. Okay, so here's what we do. We say days till start. We take right now, and we subtract. So we say course start minus today. That's gonna give us the total number of milliseconds that has elapsed. Now, TypeScript doesn't like this, but we can do. Is it get time? What's the one that gives us get the time in milliseconds? That's what we want. Technically, it would have been coerced with the subtraction, but it's nice. Yeah, if you want, so we were dealing with this in our next JS app, the travel log. If you want to assign a date value on an input, I think it needs the slashes. Yeah. Okay. It's so course start, which is in the future, so it's a bigger number, minus today. That's going to give us total number of milliseconds. We want to divide that by, so this is total number of milliseconds. We need to convert it to days. So there are, if If we divide by 1,000, that gives us total number of seconds. If we divide seconds by 60, that gives us total number of minutes. If we divide minutes by 60, that gives us total number of hours. And if we divide hours by 24, that gives us total number of days. We should get 19 point something. Let's see. Nice. And then we'll just round down. So we'll say math.floor of this whole thing. Sick. Easy. There's probably an Intel library for that. I feel like the JavaScript Intel library API service, the built-in it's huge. There's so much that it can do. It's way too much to memorize, but there's probably something in here that could do it. It's just a lot, and I haven't learned it yet. Relative time format. One day ago, in one day, yesterday, tomorrow. There's probably a way. It's fine. I figured it out. This seems fine. Does this look okay? Honestly, it feels a little bit busy. I kind of want it to maybe we. Okay, let's do the thing where we hide it. Well, honestly, I'm gonna hide it. Oh, make it. So we need to unpluralize days when there's only one day left. I don't know. I'm going to hide the coupons if they're set to 0. I'll say sold out on tickets, but on coupons, I'm just gonna hide them. So right here, if this is equal to 0, do nothing. And so now, if like all the early bird were used, then the early bird disappears. Cool. Days until start, 1. There are 1 days until start. Yeah, that's fine. And then for the little ticket UI here, we'll do a conditional render. So if course tickets is greater than 0, we show what we have right now. We're just going to use a little ternary. If it is not, then we show a little span that says sold out. And then this needs a little fragment like this. And then we'll give this a class name of sold out. We'll make it bold and we'll make it red. Crimson, I believe I have a red that matches the Coding Garden theme. Yeah, so if tickets left are 0, sold out, but we'll make it red. Yeah, give me a second. Let me grab that red color. You do not need a watering can for this course. Nice. I'll add a little bit of margin on it too. EC56BA? What color did I use? DD1B3E? So yeah, I used coolers.io to generate that complementary red. Cool. This is it. Let's, last but not least, let's make this animate in, stick around for 20 seconds, and then animate out. And then we'll be done. So for that, we will have a state variable that says visible and set visible. And this will default to true. And when the app loads here, actually it defaults to false. So that way it's hidden on the first render. And then after the first render, we're gonna frequently check. We're gonna every certain amount of seconds we'll toggle it. So hide coupons if total tickets are sold out. But I would imagine that the coupons are gone before sold out is true. Right? But yeah. I would hope. Well, honestly, I think some people just want to support me with more to pay more. Okay. How are we gonna do this? When the component mounts, we'll say set visible to true. And then we're gonna set an interval that every minute. Wait, what? What's happening here? I guess so. When the component mounts, we show it. How long do we want to show it? We want to show it for 20 seconds. So in 20 seconds, we're gonna hide it. So we'll say set visible to false. And then we'll leave it hidden for a minute and then re-show it. So set it to false, and then well, no, I don't want this to be an interval. I want this to be a timeout, because so when the component mounts, make it visible, and then in 20 seconds make it not visible. But then after that, well, no, I'll figure this out. Let me code through it for a second. So after it's visible, we're gonna wait, let's say a minute, and then set visible to true, which means we're gonna call this whole thing toggle. And now this is a function called toggle. Easy. So when the component mounts, we show it. 20 seconds later, we hide it. And then a minute after that, we show it again. 20 seconds, we hide it. And then a minute after that, we show it again. Okay, so now we'll just say if... Now, I don't want to do conditional rendering. I actually want to do a conditional class, because we're going to use CSS to pull it in and out. So here's what we're going to do. This is going to be a nice little template string, And then if visible is true, then we'll add a class visible. Otherwise, we'll add the class hidden. No, we'll call it hide. Show and hide. And that's because I already have a CSS class called hide. So if show is applied, then actually nothing. But the hide class will set it off the screen. So we do a transform. Translate x. I don't know, negative 400 pixels or something. So let's watch it in action. And actually, what I can do is the wrapper, we can give a transition duration of 2 seconds. Nice. So when the page loads, it shows, and then after 20 seconds, it should hide it. It's gone, but we can still see it, so I need to push it over even more. So we'll go negative 600. Validate DOM nesting. Div cannot appear as a descendant of a p tag. Coupon info. That should be a div. Cool. Does it show for too long? Is 20 seconds good enough? Or should we do like 10? And then it should be gone for a minute. I guess just to test it. Show for 10, hide for 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. And then it hides. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then it's back. So that works, and then it should do it again after 10 seconds. Not a concern here because this is going to be an overlay. It's not going to be on a website. I'll show you in a second what we're going to do with it. Yeah, we'll do this. Did I break the layout? I don't think I did. But did we target? I think the only thing we did on the p tag. Oh, you're right. We gave it some margin. Well, let's put that in a class called margin 025. And then put that right here. Oh. That. What is happening? I don't think I broke the layout. I think it looks okay. Oh yeah, fade in and out. I like that too. When hide, we can say opacity is 0, and then show the opacity is 1. And so now we will use this show class, and we need to set the transition duration on that too. No, both of them should do it over 10 seconds. So it should fade in and appear and fly in. The layout might have changed, but I like it. Okay, so now I'll show you what we're gonna do with it. It's gonna be an overlay. So in my over here, I can add I can add it as a source. Um, um, but the issue right now is with Vite, you have to say host. Yeah, like that. Because otherwise it was only on localhost. Nice. I think we need to work on the styles a little bit. Since it disappears, should we just make it a darker background? Um Honestly, I don't think it doesn't even need an RGBA. Why is that happening? It's not. Yeah, great. That's it. Border color. All right, that's it. Okay, I have to use the restroom really quick, but when I come back, we're gonna do a. I guess we didn't work on the landing page. I'll do that off stream. I need to make a video for YouTube that does a breakdown of what this course is. So I'll do that when I get back. So, quick 5-minute break, and then I think that I'm gonna make a slide deck too. So if you haven't heard my spiel about the course, in 5 minutes I'll give you another spiel and also work on a slide deck that summarizes everything. So, all right, I'll be back in 5. Hello? Did we get raided? I'm so sorry, Trash. How long ago did you raid? Oh man, sorry everybody. I'm back. I'm back now. Are you still out there? Deal with it, losers. I'm out. Welcome in, Raiders. Glad to see you. Welcome to the Coding Garden. I was taking a break because I've been live for almost 5 hours, but I'm back. I'm back. Thank you for bringing all your friends over. Everyone should definitely drop a follow. A whole 20 minutes. It hasn't been that long. I know that at least. Yeah, shout out to our good friend Trash Dev. He's already been shouted out. Great. Look at my mustache. I guess. We can get a close up. But this is the Coding Garden. I write code, and I'm launching a course. So, basically, Trash Dev dropped you right in an advertisement. But I'm doing a live course starting on April 10th. And so today was all about the announcement, and we built this overlay. So I can show you this code real quick. And it's a live course. It's specifically happening on these dates, and the tickets are limited to 30 students. So this is not like a video course. This is basically, it's just going to be you and potentially 29 other students and me, and we're going to learn all about React. And if you go to reactroots.com, all the details are here, and every live stream and the learning objectives for those live streams are listed out. So this course is targeted at people that are web developers but have not used React before. So there are prerequisites. It's not for complete beginners. You need to have built some websites with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. But if you've done that, this course is potentially for you. We're gonna teach React with TypeScript as well. So day 1 teaches you about bundlers and package management, and also ES6 Plus if you haven't used it before. Day 2 is all about TypeScript, and then we jump into React. So this has a rundown of every lesson that I'm going to teach, all of the learning objectives, and the course also will be simulcast to Twitch. So if you can't afford it, or you just want to see what is my teaching style like, you can watch for free on Twitch, but you won't get access to the VODs. You won't get access to the reading materials, exercises, or projects. I basically have to give people their money's worth if I'm going to also be broadcasting it for free. So that's the course. That's my spiel. What I'm about to do is make a slide deck because I'm going to make a YouTube video. I feel awkward. I don't want to do an advertisement just when I got rated. Let's talk about some code because I just built this overlay. Built this 5137. What's the Vite port? 5173. We built this overlay because the data is hard coded right now, but it will tell you how many tickets are left. There are some coupon codes that you can use, and then well, that was convenient because it's actually running as an overlay. And then how many days till start. So we built that today with React. It's pretty simple. My API broke, so for now we just hard-coded the data, and we kind of just talked about the basics of stuff. So first of all, we calculate how many days till the start date. We put that in a variable. This doesn't need to be state because it's not changing constantly. We have this little visible variable that makes it so the thing will fly in and out. And then we have the stats, which are the API data. Eventually, when the API is working, this will rerun every few minutes to have the latest stats. When the component mounts, we set it to true. That makes it fly in. And then after 10 seconds, we set visible to false, which makes it fly back out. And then after a minute, we set it back to true. So this is like a recursive thing to keep it showing and hiding over and over again. We're not using any Tailwind or anything like that. This was like super basic stuff. We just started defining our own styles in some global CSS. And we also talked about like refactoring into components. So each line here is a coupon info component that has 2 little icons, a label, and then the number left of that specific coupon. And because this data is consistent with each one, we extracted it into a component where we can just pass that object, and then it automatically specifies the things. So you can specify what you want the label to be, you specify the icon you want, and the little info object so that I can put that there. So we kind of just showed what it would look like if you copy pasted the code, and then how to extract it into a component. So if you look at the coupon info component, we're using TypeScript. So we've defined what the props should look like. So it's validating all of that for us. And we also defined a custom icon component. So if you look at our icon component, it does the hard work of choosing which icon to render. But what that means is all you need to do is import the icon component and potentially the enum. And then you can specify any icon. So you use the icon component, you say, I want a gift icon, and then it returns that, or if I want a ticket icon. So for instance, the little gift icon is the gift icon, but there's also a feather icon and a news and a support icon. So honestly, this was a little bit overkill, but it was fun to talk about basically how you would structure this, because this is the wrapper component that pulls in all of those icons and has like a TypeScript enum. And then in the icons folder, we define each icon, which is basically just SVG, as its own separate component. And this is my break timer. We can take a quick stretch. Streamlabs internal server error? What? So each one of these icons, it literally just has SVG code that we pasted in here from some open source icon sets. And in the real world, you probably wouldn't do this. You'd probably pull in a separate library that does all of this for you, but we were kind of just showing how to extract things into components and also showing some TypeScript usage. We also got really clever with it. We created a component called space that literally just has the HTML encoded character. I will say this is too much. Don't do this in the real world. Don't create a component for this, but it was pretty fun to do. And then yeah. So if you do want to sign up, right now there's a coupon early bird. If you use the term early bird, you'll get 20% off. If you're and there's only 10 of those, and I think last I checked there was 7 coupon usages left. If you're a supporter, so if you're a Twitch sub, a Patreon patron, or a YouTube member, in the Discord supporters only channel, there are 4 usages left of a 30% off coupon. And if you are subscribed to my mailing list, I sent out a coupon code for 25% off. If you subscribe to the mailing list this week, I'm gonna send out that coupon code again on the 27th. Really just so that there's incentive for people to join the mailing list. I don't want to just give that out for free, but it is possible that will be used up by the 27th. So yeah, I think if you're trying to calculate time by the second, it would make sense to put this in a use effect that recalculates time left over and over again. The fact that this overlay is going to load once at the beginning of stream and then close down and then not start again until the next time we're in stream, that's why this is outside of a use effect. Basically, when the page loads, get how many days till start. If this was a web page that's was potentially long lived, then you want this to be inside of a use effect, so you can update this and you would put it in a state variable. Like days till start would be like a computed value or a state variable that you update every certain amount of time. But yeah. Cool. So yeah, we got this little coupon info thing. Set a default list. Oh, that's good to know, Voteri. Thank you for that. Nobody's ever mentioned that. The thing is, like, I try to be really open and honest and nice here. So it's like, I don't want to opt you into anything. Like I want you to choose the ones that you want. I guess I could default that one. Yeah, thank you for letting me know that. I'll fix that later. I think I'm in control of this form. I'm using ListMonk, which is an open source list management tool. And so I'm in charge. I can probably just add a little validator on there to make sure that the form doesn't submit without any selection. Default live notifications? Again, like I don't want to opt you into anything unless you actually want it. But cool. So yeah, that's mainly our component. I don't think there's anything else that's special. Yeah, that's it. That's what we built today. So what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to work on a slide deck that gives a summary of the course. Do I need to do that? I think I'll just wing it because I've been live for way too long today. Let me update the counts here to be the latest values, and then we're just gonna wing it. We're gonna do a quick summary of the course for YouTube. Ooh, another newsletter person signed up. Thank you for that. Oh, thank you, Sebastian. Looking forward to finally learning TypeScript and doing some React since you've been doing Vue for a few years. Nice. And Smiley, thank you for the bits. It says great work today. Thank you, Smiley. You're too kind. Too kind. All right, let's do a YouTube video. We'll hide that. We'll hide this. I may redo this off stream so it's a little more polished because I am announcing a course, but let's try it. Let's try it. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to this announcement for a course that I'm going to be running called React Roots. Now, this is a live course. It is not a pre-recorded course. It's going to be happening at a specific date and time, starting on April 10th. And it is a series of 8 live streams. There's a ticket price of $150, and there are limited number of seats. So right now, there are actually only 23 seats left. At a maximum, there will be 30 students in the class. So the idea is instead of some pre-recorded course, you're actually going to get live instruction from me. There'll be a private Discord you'll get access to where you can ask questions after the lessons. And I will also be giving direct feedback on all of the exercises and projects that you work on in the course. So that's basically what you're paying for. You're paying for my instruction, my feedback, and also help from me if you need it. If you go to reactroots.com, it has all the info that you need. I kind of just ran through what it's going to be, essentially 8 live streams. And I'll let you know a little bit of how each lesson will run. So I like to call it a learning sandwich. Essentially, at the beginning of or before every live stream, there will be assigned reading materials. So essentially, before you show up for the lesson, you'll have. Let me say that again. So essentially, before you show up for the lesson, you'll have been given some reading materials to prep for the lesson. So essentially, that'll get your brain working and start to expose you to the materials in that lesson. Then each lesson will be about 2 hours of in-class instruction. And I'll note that these are not code-along lessons. I'm not going to be writing code and then waiting for you to copy me. The goal of it is for me to teach the material, show you examples of the material, and then after the lesson, you'll have exercises where you can actually practice and try the things that I showed you during the lesson. So every lesson will also have 1 to 2 hours worth of exercises and projects for you to do after the lesson itself. And like I said, you'll have access to a private Discord server. So just you and up to 29 other students will be in that server, and you'll be able to ask me questions and get feedback on those exercises and projects that you're working on. It's important to note that because I'm doing this live, it has to be for the time zone that I'm available. So I'm not going to be on the Discord 24/7. There's a specific time frame, about 5 hours after the lesson until about 5 hours after that I will be available and answering questions in the Discord. But you shouldn't expect me to be available 24/7. There's a specific time slot that I'll be responding and answering questions in the Discord. So that's it for how the lessons are going to run and the structure of everything. Here's some things to note. If this price point is too high for you, you will be able to watch for free. So all of these live streams are going to be simulcast on Twitch. But if you're watching on Twitch, you're not going to get access to the reading materials, exercises, or projects, or obviously the private Discord. You'll be able to watch the lessons, and maybe you do that to get an idea if this is something you would want to buy in the future. But you don't get the extra things that people are paying for in terms of perks. But you'll still have a chance to watch it live on Twitch. You also won't get access to the VODs. So the VODs are only going to be available for people that purchased a ticket. And lastly, I'll mention prerequisites. So this course is not for complete beginners. If you sign up for this course, you're acknowledging that you have experience with these things. Essentially, I am not going to be teaching these things in this course, so you should come to it prepared. Oh, thank you, Connery. Appreciate that. So before this course, you should know HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. You should have experience building websites with it. You should have experience using JavaScript DOM manipulation, so things like get element by ID and updating inner HTML and text content. You should have experience with that. And you should be fairly well versed in JavaScript. You should know how to work with objects, know how to work with functions, know how to work with higher order methods like map and filter, know how to do asynchronous things with JavaScript, and then also know how to use fetch or Axios to make HTTP requests. These are all things you're expected to know because we're going to be focusing on TypeScript and React. I'm not going to be teaching all of these things. You're expected to know those. And then also we'll be running basic commands from the command line, so you should be fairly comfortable running basic commands. Now, on this site, if you scroll down, you can actually see each of the live streams. And I've broken it down into 8 live streams over the course of 2 weeks. So it starts on April 10th. If we look at a calendar, that is April 10th, a Monday, and then there'll be a lesson every day that week. So a 2-hour lesson at this specific time. When you view this website, it should show in your time zone. So every day, the 10th, the 11th, the 12th, the 13th, and the 14th, there will be a 2-hour lesson. And on here, you can see the days that the lessons happen. The second week, there are only 3 lessons on the 17th, the 19th, and the 21st. But the idea is on the 18th and the 20th, you should be spending a couple of hours working on projects that I'm going to assign. So it's a day off from lessons, but I still want you to be practicing and working on your React stuff. I guess this is popping in. These are the summaries of what's left over here. Honestly, yeah, I'll disable it for now. It's been happening up until now, but I'm not going to redo everything I've done so far. So the first lesson is Intro to Modern Web Development. I'm not going to read this here, but these are learning objectives. So if you're curious what I'm going to be covering in the course, visit reactroots.com. You can see a breakdown of every single lesson and all of the learning objectives. And essentially, these are the things that you're going to walk away with from every one of the lessons. So the first lesson is an intro to web development. We're going to talk about bundlers, transpilers, package management, ES Next or ES6, things like var, let, const, arrow functions, and all of the things that we use in modern web development. So we're covering that on day 1. On day 2, we're doing an intro to TypeScript. Now, this is not going to be a comprehensive TypeScript course. This is just enough TypeScript to be able to be effective with React. So we're going to talk about the basics of TypeScript, and then as we write our React code, we'll be using TypeScript in that React code. Part 3 is an intro to React and component hierarchies. You'll see essentially how I've scaffolded the course, but I definitely believe getting a good grasp on separating your components into separate files, getting familiar with imports and exports if you haven't before, and just working with nesting components is a good place to start before we even dive into things like use effect and use state. So we're going to cover that on day 3. On day 4, we'll talk about React form basics. So this is when we'll dive a bit deeper into like form submission and form state and DOM events. On day 5, we're going to talk about component lifecycle, hooks, and API requests. So this is when we'll start to dive into use effect and how to do asynchronous things inside of your React components, how to make API requests, and then use that data inside of your React component. And then day 6, we're going to talk about React Router, and global state management with the context API. So this is going to be all about creating multi-page applications with React, and then also now that you have a multi-page application, creating state that can be shared between different components and different pages. Day 7 is all about styling React components and using component libraries. We're going to talk about all of the various React styling solutions that are out there. You're going to be able to practice with each of them and then kind of form an opinion on which one you like the most. And we'll also show an example of using React component libraries like Material UI or React Bootstrap. And then finally, on the last day, we're going to do a whirlwind tour of all the things in the React ecosystem that we didn't get to cover. So things like form validation libraries, Redux, Next.js, and Remix, and many other things that and potentially that you could think of, you'll be able to ask to see examples of. And I'll expose you to them so that way after the course you can dive deeper into those things. So that's a whirlwind tour of what every lesson is going to cover and what you're going to learn in the course. But like I said, definitely take a look at all of these learning objectives and see if these are things you're interested in learning, because this is exactly what the lessons, the exercises, and the projects will cover. Now, earlier we got some questions from the Twitch chat. I'll just cover those frequently asked questions, and then that'll be it for this course announcement. The first question is, why React? The answer is React is everywhere, and it's here to stay. So there's many jobs out there that are hiring for React. Most of the apps you see people build and talk about on the web are written with React. So React is extremely popular, and it's good to know it as a front-end developer. You might also be wondering, and you might say, well, there's these new React docs, and they're really good. Why would I even need to buy this course? First of all, this course also covers TypeScript. So the new React docs don't have any TypeScript. And so my course is basically combining learning TypeScript with React. Also, like I mentioned earlier, you get personalized instruction from me. This isn't you just watching a video. There's a bit more accountability, and you can ask for help from me directly. And then also is a bit more opinionated, but I do think the way that I've scaffolded the material, like the order that I teach things in, I think is better for beginners to React than potentially how the React docs cover it. You might be wondering, will this course make me a React expert? Will this course get me a $100,000 a year job? And the answer is no. Pretty much no course will do that. The design of this course is to get you up to speed with React over the course of 2 weeks. But the only thing that's going to make you an expert and the only thing that's going to get you prepared for a job is practice. So there will be built-in practice during the course, but the hope is you take this course and then you take everything that you've learned and been exposed to, and you continue learning and building React apps to become an expert or to get a job with it. But this 2-week course is not going to do that for you immediately. You're going to have to work to get that done. What if the live streams are not in my time zone? So as I mentioned, you'll see the times that the live streams are going to be happening on the site. But if you want to attend the course and you're not in this time zone, the VODs will be available. So if you buy a ticket, even if you miss the live stream, you'll be able to watch a VOD. However, as I noted, I'm only going to be active in the Discord certain times of the day. So if you're okay with watching the Twitch VODs and you're okay with asking in the Discord but not getting help until I'm actually available on the Discord, then sure, you can take this if you're not in this time zone. But otherwise, I would say don't sign up for this course, because you're not going to really be able to benefit from the help from me, because I'm only available in the time zone that I mentioned. You also might be wondering, can I purchase the VODs after the course? And yes, that's going to happen. I haven't set a price yet, but essentially everything that happens. So every live stream, every exercise, every project, all of the resources for the course, I'll allow you to purchase after the course is over. So if you didn't get to attend in person, it'll be a greatly reduced price. I'm thinking probably $30 or so, but that'll get you access to the live streams and all of the resources so that you can go do this course on your own afterwards. Will there be a private repo with the course contents? Yes. Yeah. Like I just mentioned, all of the resources are private to the people that purchase the course when they purchase the live course or if they purchase the course afterwards. And then I already answered this, but what if I miss a live stream? So you sign up, you pay, but maybe you miss a live stream. You'll still be able to watch it as a VOD, as long as you're a paying ticket purchaser. Okay. And lastly, well, not lastly. And you might be wondering, what do you need to attend the course? You just need a laptop or a computer, Visual Studio Code, Node.js and NPM, and a GitHub account. So after you sign up, I send out a list of all the things you need to have to be ready to go. Excuse me, just a second. So you might be wondering, what do you need to attend this course? Essentially just a computer with your basic dev tools. Excuse me, I keep burping. And we'll take a break. A computer. I'll put that America 2050. So you might be wondering, what do I need to attend this course? Essentially a computer with the basic dev tools that we're going to be using. After you sign up, I'll be sending out basically a list of everything you need to get ready for your first day of class. But as long as you have a computer and essentially if you've already been writing HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, you should be ready to go. Where did I put this? Yeah. As was mentioned, you get access to a private Discord, and during the live streams, if you're in the voice chat, you'll be able to interrupt me teaching and directly ask a question if you're comfortable with that. And if that's something you want to do, you need to make sure to have a good microphone. And also, I'm going to encourage you to turn your webcam on so that I can see you. But if you don't want to do that, that's okay too. So you don't necessarily need a webcam. And it's also important to note that your face and your webcam will not be shown on screen. The only thing shown on stream will be the actual course content. The only people that'll be able to see you are the people that are actually participating in the course. All right, lastly, this is a pretty common question. Why am I not teaching Next.js or Remix? The answer is, this is a front-end only React course. I'm teaching you the basics of front-end build tools and the basics of how React works and TypeScript works on the front end. We're not really talking about any sort of hybrid framework or back end or anything like that. And ultimately, the other thing is you can't really use Next.js or Remix unless you know how React works. So after taking this course, you will absolutely have a fantastic base of understanding of React to be able to jump into something like Next.js, but there's a lot more extra concepts in Next.js and Remix that are important to know and know exist in the React ecosystem, but I do believe you should learn the basics of the React first. So that's all I have for you. If you have any more questions, please throw them in the YouTube comments. I'll be happy to answer them. Also, if you want to join the Coding Garden Discord, happy to answer your questions over there. And that's it. Hope to see you in the course. If not, well, I'll see you in the Twitch chat. And thank you for watching this. Have a good one. Okay, that's it. That's all. I think I've done it. I feel like that's all right. I honestly might create a slide deck. I might be more professional about it. For all the people that have never heard of me, I could do a better job of describing the course. Yeah, so you technically, you can use any editor you want. I'm going to be using VS Code, and I'm going to be using a Mac. I guess it's important to note, but if you're on Windows, there are a small amount of people in the class that I'm willing to help you debug a little bit if things aren't working on Windows or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, no, I that's basically what I'm saying, Smiley. Is like, if I'm really trying to sell the course, I need to put on a collared shirt, maybe. I need to have slides. Yeah. I think you're right, Murdoch. But honestly, did I decide that instead you would have 2 days off? So you would have Wednesday, Thursday to like work on a project? I'm gonna contemplate that. I did, yeah, I did in the video, I did say it would be the 20th, the 22nd, and the 24th. But I'm potentially thinking that instead of having days off in between, you have a bigger project that you can work on over the course of 2 days. I'm gonna stick with that, but I think I'll have to correct myself. Yeah. Hi, I'm CJ. Welcome to my TED Talk. Cool. For those of you that just listen to that, does anybody have any lingering questions or anything about the course? Oh, this is a good one. So at the end of the course, what will I be able to create on my own? I I will come up with a good answer for this, and I'm also going to have all of these frequently asked questions on the website, um, because I think this is a good thing that's not listed in the course description. Is like, what will I be able to do? You could try to deduce what you'll be able to do based on all of the learning objectives and description of each of the lessons. Um, Yeah. So yeah, this does not include the React ecosystem, like React Query or React Hook Form or anything like that. This is just React itself, React standalone. Really, the only libraries we'll potentially be using are styling libraries and component libraries. But everything else we're not touching. I will expose you to it. So like on the last day, on the last lesson, we'll talk about all the things. Um, but yeah, the purpose of the course is to focus on React itself, not everything else. Cool. I've used Storybook before. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. All right. Anything else? If not, then I'm gonna get out of here. But I appreciate you all for hanging out again, and thank you, Sacred Gamin. Appreciate that. All the info at reactroots.com. Use code earlybird for 20% off. I don't think I mentioned that in the video. I'm gonna have to mention it again. I'm gonna have to redo the video. Definitely check out the schedule. I'll be live again every day this week. Yeah, how does this course differ from reading the updated React docs? I talked about it, but I'm covering TypeScript. So the React docs do not cover TypeScript. I'm teaching you TypeScript and React at the same time. Also, you get personalized instruction from me. I think ultimately that's really what you're buying into here is instead of just trying to learn on your own, you essentially, if you run into issues or you have questions, you can come to me and ask, and that's kind of what you're paying for. And then also, I think my ordering of how you learn things is different than the React docs. So if you look at the lesson breakdowns here, I actually, this lesson here really focuses on ultimately like JSX and modules and components. Like we're not really even diving into like more complex state and use effect until the next lesson. This lesson gets you used to defining separate components, importing and exporting things, potentially gets you used to the TSX or JSX syntax, teaches you how to like nest components and stuff like that. So from what I've seen in the React docs, they do that like a little bit later. So the order of things is like slightly different in my course as well. Yeah, I'm not covering any state management, external state management libraries. We will talk about the context API. And on the last day, I will have an example to show you of Zustand and Jotai. Is that what it? Jotai? Jotai. But there's not going to be a lesson on it. It's just going to be like a quick demo that shows you what it is and shows you how to look into it if you want to learn more. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, appreciate that, Limos. But yeah, I'm going to be live all week. So tomorrow we're just doing a chill stream. I'll probably work on the landing page tomorrow. And then we'll play some Clash of Code. Potentially we'll open some Pokemon cards. We're just going to hang out all day tomorrow. So show up tomorrow if you're interested in that. Thursday is the return of Coding Improv. It's been a while since we did that, but essentially for this stream, at the start of the stream, I'm going to get 5 random suggestions from the Twitch chat, and then we have an hour to build something using those suggestions. So we have no idea what we're going to build. It's usually a whole lot of fun. And then on Friday, we're working on our SvelteKit app. So we do this every Friday, and we've been working on it for 11 live streams now. It's a full stack app that's going to allow users to create, share, and watch lists of YouTube channels. But this one is probably going to be like a heavy refactoring stream, and also finishing the work that we started last time. Yeah, so I'm not covering Sass. I will show you CSS and JS solutions that use Sass-like syntax, but Sass is not covered in this course. I will say it won't hurt to have experience using Sass coming into the course. All right, let's get out of here. Follow me over on YouTube. I have a Twitter as well, and we have a Discord if you want to join it. And like I said, check out the schedule to see when I'm going to be live, and hope to see you tomorrow. Let's get out of here. Let's go on a raid. If you are a sub, you can use this raid message. If you're not a sub, you can use this raid message, or come up with your own raid message. And thank you, Connery. Thank you for buying a ticket. See you in the course. All right, let's get out of here. All right, wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.